Generals. This is Gamer75, and we're going to be playing some War Thunder with the World Ablaze mod here. I hope you all enjoy me. We will be starting making an episode soon. And yep, starting 5 minutes late. So far there isn't an angry mob. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing for not starting on time. Good thing that there's not an angry mob. Bad thing there's not a bunch of people waiting to be here at start. Okay, so we are currently just looking at this. Well, we've got artillery finally in the positive. Both heavy and 3,000 standard artillery. Light weapons, 45,000 good. 70, we're going to get the infantry weapons up soon. And this whole time playing has been a race to try to get enough artillery. Okay, yeah, let's click that. Yeah, we're not having to worry about that. Now, production. We have one free factory. We have some aircraft and other types of stuff new. And Panzer IVs. Okay. I'm going to look at all that artillery that we're cranking through. More factories doing artillery. Now, let's see here. Okay, light infantry equipment, heavy infantry equipment, 100 and 100. Where this is just light infantry equipment. We're having a lot of heavies, infantry equipment being made, lots of artillery. Factories, though this does seem to be more factory intensive. Just click over to this here quickly. Is this showing on YouTube as well? Should be. I don't know that it is. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, but well, nobody's going to be watching if we're not live. Hello, DJF 0909. Good morning. Just getting a slightly late start here. Yes, okay, so we are live, but for some reason, not seeing it on my YouTube channel, but hey. Okay, well, we're continuing. Okay, DJ, very good to know. That is easier to say for sure. And we're going to be playing here, just looking at what we need to do. Yeah, let's put 110 into production with a factory 3 in a year. Ah, hello, Tennis. Good to have you here. Oh, very good. If you need any help. Oh, certainly. JD, thank you. And you're going to hear me talk about critically. I don't slam this mod. I'm actually really liking this mod. It is fast becoming my favorite Hearts of Iron 4 mod right now. But like everyone, I have my own opinions. I mean, not that mine are right and yours are wrong as the developers. It's just that kind of a thing. Okay. I think we're going to start making an episode and hopefully people want to watch me organize up my army a little better. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4 with World Ablaze mod. Now I'm playing with the slightly one version older because that's what we started with, and I want to continue with this playthrough instead of starting over every time mod developers decide to make improvement changes. And since I'm only playing this every Saturday, I don't get through it as fast as a lot of people likely would. Okay, we're looking for an infantry general. Bought cautious horse leader. No, not student. Okay. We're going to go with him. Now let's look for a field marshal. Hey, IKB. Good to have you here. Okay. Why do I do this stuff? It's like Moto wouldn't be a field marshal in 1939. Though von Rundstedt would. We'll give it to von Rundstedt. Okay. Now, von Rundstedt is going to be anybody want to quickly help me? German West. Is it just West? Because that's what my instincts are saying. Because Ost is East. I know that. In chat, anybody want to quickly Google that or do Google Translate? I don't know if anybody's paying attention. West front. No I in front, and I know that. Just clumsy typing. West front. So we're going to call this the West front for the moment. Okay, very good. So we have that now. Probably going to have a little bigger push here. So we'll give these. See if we can also change some of these colors. God, I hate it. There we go. See that? See, just what I look at that. That it doesn't stand out very heavily, absolutely, but just that is a nicer color for World War II. Western front. Okay. Thank you, IKP. Do appreciate that. Western front. Okay, so we're going to. No, I don't want all of you. I just want one of you here. Oh, is it putting all no? God, I hate the way this works. And why do I play this game? I don't know. I still think this game has such promise. But my God. The ease of use of 3 for much of it, at least the way I play it, I like to micromanage the things. Which I know is not maybe the way. Podcat and crew want to be able to play. Hey Uncharted! Good to have you here. And again, those watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can watch on either platform. I will see the chats from both. Just whichever is better for you. Okay, because we're getting ready to be able to deal with a 2-front war. Okay, so we have that. We're going to maybe rearrange some of this, but let's grab up the non-motorized forces along the border here. Not that big stack of 7. That's okay-ish. Palace. Okay. Let's see, we're going to form another army command here. I don't know him. I so hate these portraits. Would really love someone to come in and do a good job at converting the portraits to black and white photos. Because, you know, I know this seems like gamer bitching and moaning, and I'm doing a little of that. Hello, Mad Brad. How you doing? But it just... so many things rub me the wrong way. But what the hell is all this gold doing on these guys' hats? Especially like that. I mean, my God, there would be no gold on that. No gold. I know. This is just gamer being a bit whatever, but... it's just when you know something is wrong, and it's just standing out wrong for you. Yeah, oh, come on. I don't know what it is. Black and white pictures used when they're out of commission. So it's good if they're colored. Oh, well, okay, colored's fine. Let me change mode here. There we go. That's what German officers' caps look like. Where's the gold? Please show me the gold. Where's the gold? Now, these are all Panzer officers, hence the pink piping. But, where's the effing gold? So if you're going to colorize things, why didn't they make the uniforms, I don't know, pop a little bit more? Make them bright pink. Or yellow, or something. I mean... it's just You know, these are officers' caps for whatever rank. Going back to the standard image. Yeah, training the divisions would be a good idea. So these are just, you know, and there's basically no gold on a SS uniform. Unless it's like a medal that has gold as part of it, you know, that was common around. But all of this gold here, and they did after me, yeah. That was one of the last ones made. Notice silver. Maybe somebody let them know and they corrected later on, but they didn't go back and fix the earlier portraits. But yeah, so all of these things just really effing suck. Yes, the gold for the general's tab here is correct. You know, the rank insignias. But all the golds on the hat is not. Modal's hat was not all festooned in gold. Ugh. Okay, we'll give Modal the Eastern Command. So yeah, I know I'm just bitching and moaning, but it just... Yeah, they're green. They're not going to cut it. I think the generals had gold. I don't want that. Sorry, I'm tabbing around a bit here. Okay. I think that may be colorized. Okay, there's a general. You might recognize him. His name is Rommel. It's a period color photo. Now, it's not the greatest quality color film. And yeah, you know, the officers' ranks are gold. But note, the silver eagle, the silver wreath, yeah. Gold, no, not so much. Now, there are variances to things, most assuredly, but most, 9 out of 10 or higher, they will not have gold wreaths, gold eagles on the officers' caps. Generals or otherwise, they will not. No, that photo is an original color photo from the period, and not a colorized photo. Yes, some gold. But most, like I say, 9 out of 10 times, they will be in white metal. That is the common, most common color. Not the only color, but the most common color. Yes, you come under modal. Okay, new theater. Post front theater. And modal moves to Ost front. You come under modal. Select armies and train them. Yeah. Okay. I just, you know, and now I don't know how you guys have changed things for your mod, and I have no yet opinion on your changes, combat related, because I have not gotten there. If there's anybody else that's done videos, I have not watched them, so I don't know. We are going to watch and learn this together soon, presumably. Oh, I'm going to change this. Something sort of green. Not puke green, maybe. There we go. Okay, yeah, you can join that army. You don't want green divisions ever. Yeah, don't forget you have the Balkans, Mediterranean, Africa Command. Oh, I know, but I'm right now just looking at mostly at having it an East and West Front Command Theater. So when I click on them, so I don't have this whole thing get too huge down here with too many units when I click on something here. Is what I'm sort of doing is partially here. I agree with you on the idea of training. What I'm hesitant about, and I definitely am hesitant, is how much equipment loss in training, and is it worth it? That is what I'm always sort of. Can we see? Certainly you can see my Panzer template. That is what it currently is. I've added a light motorized unit. Now the question is how much it would double that template. Well, yeah, but you see, I've been having shortages of equipment here. So what really should see about is some motorized infantry. Okay, well, let's see. Let me actually, I think I want to do. Why isn't it giving me another? Oh, it's wanting me to change. Oh, no, I don't want to change. I want to add. Oh, you're only letting 4 per row? Hmm? Okay. Now, let's see, heavy infantry equipment, motorized vehicles. Okay, for additional. Yeah, we don't. See, I just don't even have enough motorized vehicles to expand this right now. So I'm not going to disagree with your ouch comment there, but 6 tanks and 5 motorized battalions? How many tanks? 50 tanks. That seems... 6 seems awful lot. It really does. Hey, Toy Jet. Okay. Let's start another. Von Manstein. I like von Manstein.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Let's grab another field marshal, is what they're calling them. Yeah.
Zuhören.
And you guys come to the Ostfront for the moment. Oh, no, no, no. I wanted the whole...
Zuhören.
There we go. Okay. Right. Yeah, I'm just not always sure what, really these, units are often meaning. Whether they are meant to be battalions or regiments or brigades, and it varies from thing to thing, mod to mod, or however you're doing that. Okay, so now we are okay. Let's look here. Well, how are we doing with that? Okay. We need 400, so we can do that. So that is better. Not perfect, I'm sure, but better. Yeah, he's commanding there, so.
Angetreten. Angetreten. Befehle.
There we go. Okay,
Achtung.
I don't know. Should we move these around?
Angetreten. Befehle.
Well, I'm just looking. Should I? No, I don't think I need to for this. But yeah, we'll exercise the
Achtung.
units.
Zuhören. Zuhören.
And we'll come over and do that here.
Befehle.
Well, once you get into place, yes. We'll see the equipment usage here. Now let's move our
Angetreten.
panzers over to here.
Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
Okay, usually 2 regiments of tanks. Well, okay. It varied through the war, of course. The start of the war, they were very tank heavy units, and after France, they reduced it down to what, just 2/3 of what they had. I'd have to look up the actual figures. I don't want to start spouting off because I'm not absolutely sure on the numbers. I have to look all that up in my books. Okay, those are our mountain units. Let's see, do we have Hail's okay. Where? Nope. You just missing me? Oh, yeah. We have Eagles, sir. What the hell cap is he wearing here? I can't tell. Okay. That's can't be him. I don't know. Yeah, I'm bitching a lot. I don't know. Maybe it's just my mood now. Oh, you need to join that. Deedle. I'm looking for Deedle. There's no Deedle. Where's Deedle? I guess we'll have to go with Hale as our mountain commander. Okay, so there we go. Now we have almost done exploitation of resources. And hey, it's done. Okay, as was pointed out to me, we're in 39 and we have not gone very far down this, and it's June. A little late for the fate of Czechoslovakia, but I do like the way they've done this with not everything is 70 days, click button, 70 days. So we will do the first Vienna award. Yeah. No, it's... Yeah. Oh, since we're doing this, okay. We're doing this. Let's see, let me come over here and Google. Google is your quick friend, but don't overly rely upon stuff. Okay. Okay, no, that isn't it. Okay, this give OBs. Yeah, we can look at this for a quick moment. As we can see here, this is the 1st Panzer Division here, and we can see Panzer Regiment here, and they get rid of the 2nd Panzer Regiment in October 1940 after the Battle of France. And so, and I think here, I don't know, we're not going to look at all of them, of course, now. So they remove a lot because they found is what they're calling the Abteilung, or battalions, or whatever. And so it's, yeah, no, don't push me to rant and rave here. And so they found, okay, how do I put this? A division is a thing. It is more than the sum of its parts. It is a fighting component. Now, if, and at this sort of time, not maybe ideally in the type of tanks that they had in 1939, but I think most of the divisions were fully equipped. They had Panzer Is instead of Panzer IIIs and things like that, for sure. But they were sort of ideally set up. But as the war goes on, definitely not. And so if you have a division that, you can only have so much artillery effectively per division, because you have transport needs, and this goes for an infantry division or an armored division or anything. How many wagons or trucks hauling artillery shells? How many wagons or trucks hauling either gas or food for the horses, hauling the wagons, for those for the trucks that are trucks or wagons moving the artillery shells. So you can only effectively maneuver around, or otherwise you're getting too much traffic jam, only so much artillery per division. Okay, so when you're looking at the shift over getting ready, basically the doubling of panzer divisions going ready into the Soviet Union, and basically cutting most of them in half for the strength of the panzers. What you're doing is creating more units that yes, they're weaker because they have fewer panzers in them in that sense, but you have more units that are capable of putting artillery fire effectively on the enemy. More units, or you have more infantry, more support, more of that type of elements. So you're actually you're not just saying, oh, we're cutting the panzer divisions in half in strength, but doubling them so it's equal strength. No, you're actually increasing the force size. The main problem with what Germany did for the invasion of Russia by basically cutting the panzers in half for going into Russia is the lack of sustainability of operations. Tanks break down after a while, and so, as well as get knocked out in combat, not necessarily destroyed, but knocked out of effective use. And so for another Battle of France, it would have been great to reduce strength. But you're going for the battle in the Soviet Union, and your units were down, the units that were getting deep in there, the panzer units, they're getting down to like 1/3 or less strength when it comes to panzers. But a lot of their reduction in combat effectiveness is just simply vehicles that have broken down along the line of advance that are being repaired in forward depot shops. So like one particular day they go, we've got 20 effective tanks. Now tomorrow we may still have 20 effective tanks, but 4 of the tanks that we had today have broken down, but we've gotten 4 tanks that had broken down fixed and are back into operation. So you don't have the sustained push. So I don't know what the right solution is for the invasion of the Soviet Union, but it's definitely a thing. So, I understand tennis. You're being supportive. And so the right balance for and they had some light divisions that they found weren't really effective because they too just didn't have the sustainability of combat operations, often with maybe one panzer battalion. And they also had panzer grenadier divisions, which are basically a smaller motorized infantry division, because an infantry division as normal first Welle. German divisions are organized as first Welle, second Welle, and Welle is basically, I think, translated as wave. First wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. I think they go beyond that. But the best divisions, fully equipped, are first Welle divisions. And those are big infantry divisions. The Panzer Grenadier divisions are smaller in the number of effective infantry battalions, but they make up for it in their mobility. Be able to load all your infantry into trucks and drive all at once means that you can shift forces around much quicker than you can being towed by horses, or your support wagons towed by horses, and walking, because an infantry battalion doesn't function very long without its wagons, because how many rounds, like a lot of the Germans, German infantry, they got 120 some rounds on them. How fast do you shoot that up? And what are you going to do after you shoot up your 120 rounds? Go home? Fix your bayonet and hope the Soviets don't push at that moment? So you need your wagons to bring your ammo up. And so shifting your battalions around tactically, I'm not talking like in this scale, but tactically, having them motorized and having the support elements motorized is an immense improvement. So you don't need quite as big of formations. It gets big, I feel like the focuses need to be much shorter time. Yes, IKB, you're absolutely right with that. I'll go away, toy tip. And so, yes, and I like what they've done with the focus tree. Now, I don't know. How much should focus trees be rigid versus flexible? I mean, I guess it's the easy way to say it. And obviously it's a tree here, but by that I mean, and I'm in no way saying it's wrong, organization tote that they have set up here. You got to be at war. Okay, that seems fine. Not exactly sure what supposedly organization tote, why it's wartime, but okay. Organization tote, of course, is 38-39 madly building the west wall. But yeah, so he's doing that, and before that, doing a lot of the Autobahn stuff, and he requires has advanced organization. And so, but, how much do you put in on, how flexible do you want to be? And there's good reasons for both viewpoints, flex and then that. I know Toy Jet is just being funny, but we see how well battleships worked in World War II. Not very well. That's how well the P-1000 would work. Even if it would work, it would just simply be bombed. Aircraft would come over, drop a bunch of bombs, bye, and it's done. Because it can't move, can't hide, it's just a big land battleship. If you're just looking at engineering. Okay, we need more motorized, more anti-tank, more a lot of stuff. Now, I don't know, and I quite honestly just don't know, whether the size of my army is the appropriate size or not for what the mod considers a thing. Heavy artillery, anti-tank. Let's throw another couple of factories of anti-tank and another 2 factories of heavy artillery. As if you're thinking like that, you need to build more verbal winds. Just ask Gaijin. Yes, Gaijin. It's a wonder weapon. Now, of course, the P1000 was really nothing more than a napkin designed kind of thing, in that there was no real thought or plan to actually build the thing. It was just, we could do this. Some guy sitting around a restaurant or bar or something and going, yeah, we could do this. What do these look like? I don't even know. We inherited that. Oh, wow, it's a... Is this one of your, Uncharted? Did you, create this OOB Snell division for, Austria by any chance? Or is that just standard game thing? Hey, Deadly Sky Blue, how you doing? Okay, first Vienna Award. Because where are the tanks? They should have tanks. Austria should have tanks in their Schnell division. They had a battalion of tanks. Now mostly CV-33s bought from Italy. So, you know, little things with machine guns on them. That's all they were, but they did have tanks in their Schnell division. Okay, so first Vienna Awards. We're also going to now power through. We have enough men. Big enough army they think we can get. Now, it was earlier, fairly early, late winter, early spring, I think it was, is when Germany invades Czechoslovakia. Advanced machine tools, very good. Factory camouflage, not that that's a bad idea, but let's do rubber production. Food industry, very good also. And which factory shelters? Bomb damage. We're willing to get that done first. And probably light on the size of my Air Force. Okay. And somewhat out of date, I'm sure. 250 spare early. Okay, so let's put them up. Okay. We'll put them up over here as interceptors. We really don't need bombers over here right now, so let's move them to here. Tactical bombers. Again, you're going to be primarily defensive over. Okay, these guys. There. Now let's go on another 100. And just go after the bombers. And go after bombers and fighters. Mainly just looking right now at offensive operations in the West when we go to war for the air, and some offensive stuff. We're going to become famous. No, we don't want to buy any followers. Whatever bot that is. Okay. Let's see about ground attack. What do we have here? Not a lot. I've way underbuilt the Air Force, and I realize that. Just obsessed with getting enough artillery. Okay, because it's coming soon. Okay, oh, pause. I wish these popped up in pause. Yes, we're going to set up the puppet state of Slovakia. State of Czechoslovakia, yeah, okay, we can put the squeeze on them. Okay, so that gets here. Reassert claims, fully derived. It's claimed by Memel. Okay, that looks pretty good. I don't think we're going to push that. Let's see what else we want to do. Siegfried line, I don't think we want to take 70 days on that right now. Don't know if that's enough to hold it. Auxiliary Autobahn. 20 days, 70. I don't know that we want to. Base is 21 days. That looks nice. We might try that. Expand dockyard facilities. I'm always a sucker for expanding production capabilities. U-boat effort, 35 days. Yeah, we'll spend the 21 days and get the air bases. Okay, so what was that? So can someone explain what's happening here? Oh, so he used to set up as some sort of Reich commissary? Right. Yeah. That's an interesting question. Trying to think here. Yeah, Okay, well, first off, there wasn't a Reich Commissariat in this classics in the Reich Commissariat sense in the East. That's for sure. Bohemian and Moravia. How do I put this? In almost every way that it matters within this game, with the only exception that I can think of is drafting manpower into the army. It is functionally part of the Reich in game terms. Yes, I know Constantine van der Roth is oh, let's look at this here. And yeah, we're gonna go along with this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, what is Van der Roth's title here for this exactly? Which tells you a lot about. No, I don't want that. There we go. Where is, let's try to look up here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, he is protector of Bohemia and Moravia. So now I know there is a Czech collaborationist government going on at this time. I know very much so that. But it's no longer Reich Minister of Foreign Affairs. He is protector of Bohemia and Moravia. Yeah. Hello, Logan. How you doing? Good morning. Do you see Sir Gary Grigsby's War in the East? I have a small series. I have not played the big whole campaign of War in the East. You want to look around my channel on the page. So I played it some. It's really good. Okay. Wouldn't you call Occupy? No, well, okay. One, Czechoslovakia has 0 armed forces. And so it was a Reich Protectorate. Yes, a Reich Protectorate, but it wasn't like it's going in the East. There was entirely did they not give their industry and manpower? Those Reich Protectorate, they still give. Yes, I know they still give you industry and manpower. But they don't build any divisions, just police forces. Yeah, well, there was almost no Czech police forces. See, my biggest problem is I can't build anything here. Can't build radar, can't build an airbase, can't build more factories. Yeah, I sort of see these slots maybe all full, but which I don't know if that's appropriate either. But I can't expand the Czech. Industries can't use this. And it's a fixed finite element. And that's what I don't like about this. Because I presume I can occupy other territories here, and I don't have to set up a Reich Protectorate. I get to occupy. Now, maybe, I don't know. I hope to hell I get to build military factories in Warsaw and places like that, because that was direct occupation by Germany, even though it was part of the general government. So, yeah. Everything except manpower. This should be part of Germany, and Germany intended it. It's functioning. You can build in your puppet states. You can build airbase. Yeah, no, but I'm talking about building more factories. And I can't build radar stations. Can I? Well, maybe I can. You see, they're not allowing me to build here. Okay, well, I don't know. And also get full measure back for production. I don't know. I'm just... This is unexpected. I don't know. It's not entirely terrible, but... This is much more occupied zones than setting up puppet states. Okay, well, we're going to end the episode, not the live stream, but the episode. Those watching later on YouTube, I want to thank you for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel, and you can also tell me why I'm wrong about everything I'm saying. I would appreciate that, as long as you back it up with some facts. Thanks so much. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, and I'm just saying, I'm absolutely not always right on this, and this is, I think you can tell I'm taking this as a judgment question, because you have Konstantin van der Ruth is put in charge of it, and it's definitely Germanification, but all arms production, is continued. Czech developments continue. I just don't see how does, and maybe you can explain to me, how is this better than just giving this territory to Germany? What does this do different in your view that is worth doing this instead of just giving this territory to Germany? That is what No, 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 no. I'm not rage quitting. I'm not raging at all. Not at all. I'm trying to. Yes, historically accurate game. I totally get that. Um, totally get that at all, entirely. But I'm looking around here. Don't know what you've. Um, Account ledger. Yeah. I don't know. See, I just don't get how this, because what they have research staff. Yeah. And I don't know. Because you got, and then you got Frank is sort of running the SS in there. Van der Roth is too easy on him, so they move in Reinhard Heydrich, and then of course he's later assassinated. I don't know. See, if we were talking, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, and all that stuff, yeah, this seems reasonably good, but I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, let's start another episode. Now I want to talk about something. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate that. Oh, hosting. Okay, thanks for hosting. Do appreciate that. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. Before I drive you all away, hey, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. You can also follow me over on Twitch if you like to catch me live either place. Okay. Uncharted linked to a couple of videos about, and we've sort of been, he's the lead developer for the World Ablaze mod, to TIK's videos, and I've watched some of TIK's work, and he does really good work. But I agree with a lot of his points. But I wanted to talk about this, and this all comes back to some of our debate over this and how necessary, useful, appropriate, whatever you may describe this in particular. And this is not terrible. Don't anybody watching think that I'm saying that that's terrible. I just don't know how much I really sort of like that or not. But and I see this with a lot of what's going on with histories, and sort of got me to not one that don't think it was one that Uncharted link to TIK, and it was basically a video on why Germany had to invade Russia in 1941. And TIK is saying they had to do it because he's reading Joseph Goebbels' diaries as support for the viewpoint. And everything he's saying, I entirely believe out of, hey, Eagles, 1930, how you doing? Everything he's saying about reading about the diary and food and the need to invade the Soviet Union. You know, that it's correct what he's reading from the diary, but that doesn't mean the diary itself is a correct appreciation of the situation. It's Goebbels' appreciation of the situation. And also looking at, and I haven't fully rewatched his video on the German economy and how much it was geared towards war. And of course, TIK is saying it's, since 1933, it's primarily, and I may be putting little words in his mouth, but the German economy is pushing towards war. And economics. Yes, that's what we're talking about here. And it's a good way to drive away all the viewers of the video. And so I'm doing it because I guess I want to do that. And if you want to, I'm going to sort of keep the screen more or less here. If you want to just jump forward to gameplay, because that's what you want to watch, please do. But we're going to lecture. Hope we can get to Danziger War. Maybe this episode, we'll see about that. I don't know how long I'm going to go with this. And so, looking at the German economy gearing up towards war. And that and I know, and I don't know if Uncharted watched my response video to one of the videos he asked me about that I already made to TIK. And yeah, it's a long video, and this won't go as long as that. Economics are an important factor in things. I don't want to diminish that. But I would say mostly for decision-making factors. That may be different than results factors, but for decision-making factors, economics are not, in my opinion, the primary motivation why governments, and of course governments are run by people, do things and make choices. I have found most historians are Marxist historians. They are Marxist. I'm not saying communist, and I want to now just jumping to IKB's comment. Well, these were Goebbels' private diaries, so it's not his propaganda. It wasn't meant for publication. So, and I believe that all the entries are legitimate Goebbels entries. So, and I can get back to some of that, but that isn't my main topic here, and this is why this is going to go on. I was reading some years ago now, sort of an overview of 18th century history focusing on Western Europe. And about a third of the way into the book, it was written by an English academic of some sort, I stopped reading. It wasn't that the facts that he was saying in the book I thought were incorrect, but he was clearly a Marxist historian. And again, I don't want to say communist. Marx, when he looks at history, he sees every single thing through the lens of economics. Why does a nation invade some other nation? It's because of economics. I'll play The Darkest Hour, ahoy for it. Yes. Very good. Tennis, very good. So, And so I just stopped reading this book because everything he looks at on why things were happening in the 18th century was based on economics. And I would say most of the decisions of going to war outside of wars over the colonies, whether it's, Spain, but mainly those are clashes between the French and the British, because Spain, the British did fight the Spaniards, but the colonial possessions were fairly well set for Spain. Outside of the battles for the colonies, which were significant, but most of the wars fought in Europe, most of the political decisions, most of the alignments that were being made were in the 18th century were not made because of economic concerns. So economics might mean how many muskets a government can afford to theoretically buy, because most factories, I don't think, were state-owned in the 18th century. Yeah, everyone has different views, that's sure. And that's correct. But, economics are a factor. But they are not the deciding factor, in my opinion, of why things happen. Hitler, in my opinion, never goes to war over economics. Hitler has some understanding of economics, yes. He's not an economist, that's for sure. But he is always, all of his wars are either focused either on ideology or on immediate sort of military needs. Meaning he doesn't go to war for Norway because of economics. And yes, I know about the Swedish deal. No, he goes to war for Norway because it's of its strategic position and the threat that the British have to coming up here and possibly taking it and turning his flank. He does not want to see, and trust me, I know Hitler is not a good naval person. He does not get naval warfare, doesn't understand naval warfare. He is the last person you want to ask anything about naval warfare. But he does understand, the Battle of Jutland, the bottling up of the German naval elements in World War I, and that by owning Norway, you free that up, because if you can put aircraft here in the modern sense, it means you can move your ships, your submarines up along the coast and then out. Now, there's no real appreciable ability to, say, trade with America from here, but you can get out past Germany. And you got to remember and Denmark was just in the way. They didn't particularly, we can talk about various ideological reasons based on their racial views for going into Denmark, but it was really more just it's in the way. That when the Norway invasion is started, the conventional thinking is it's going to be World War I Part 2, in that there's going to be, France isn't just going to fall after one brief campaign. They don't know that that's going to happen yet. That is still oh shit, we just won. God, didn't expect that to happen. So, he's looking at keeping the decision for freedom of access, not wanting his flank to be turned, all of that. So we can look at things like that. Going into Yugoslavia, he doesn't do it for resources. He doesn't do it for factories. I don't know if he knows how much of a drain in manpower to occupy it it's going to be, but that isn't a factor. It's the factor that, oh shit, Greece isn't fallen to Italy for long battles and actually slightly being pushed back, and Yugoslavia just left the Axis and might be heading into the Allies' camp. So he has to react to it. So these are battles not done on ideology, but are done on tactical principles. His other wars are the ideological need to take land in the East, and he was planning a war against France and Britain, and that is ideological too, not economically based, and very little geography based. Yes, he wants to get back this bit of territory for sure from France, maybe a bit more territory, not all the way in here, but maybe a bit more territory. Maybe he's looking to get, the Netherlands and Belgium, maybe. But he ideologically needs to fight the French, particularly, but secondarily the British, to sort of prove that the Germans can defeat them. It's sort of an ideological, we're good enough to take you guys kind of thing that he feels because of losing the last war. He feels he needs to be able to defeat, battle France and win for his 1,000-year Reich to survive. He can't, even if for some reason France and Britain were to be passive while he moves east, he feels he needs to defeat them. So none of the wars are timed or pushed because of economic needs, in my opinion. And get back to TIK's and his look at the Goebbels diary. Well, I'm not going to sit here and say that Germany can produce enough food to feed itself. I'm not saying it can't, but I'm not saying it could. But you have to remember in 1941, there are massive trainloads of food coming in from the Soviet Union. And Germany's biggest limiting power for growing food in 1941 is not land. I'm not saying they have enough land in agricultural usage. That's part of the problem. But they need more manpower. And let's see, they send, more than 1 million men invading the Soviet Union. Maybe they could have had those 1 million men out on the farms. See, that instead of using those soldiers as soldiers like nations do, but nations also use soldiers as agricultural workers, they could have significantly increased the arable land use. They were making decisions based on ideology, both in the German Reich, which is where I'm clicking, is the German Reich. This all is directly becomes part of Germany. All of this becomes part of Germany, and it's down here is the general government. And this is the general government. In both areas, they are making decisions based on ideology over economics. And at one level or another, they know they're doing that. And so it isn't about food. It's about why they go into it. It's victory disease. They've just destroyed the greatest superpower known to mankind, France. Which in the beginning of 1939, that was an undisputed fact by most people, at least living outside of the Soviet Union, that France is the, if not superpower, the greatest military power on the face of the planet. Now, of course, they lose in summer of 1940 to Germany, but it's undisputed that France is the military superpower. Now, Soviet Union is just quietly having a more military production going on. So, which is a bigger power militarily than France is, but they don't know it. So Germany, Hitler particularly, but trust me, if German military didn't believe, they would have either ousted Hitler or just refused and convinced Hitler not to invade the Soviet Union, but they thought they were going to win. And let's check what the chat's been saying. Okay. Hello, General Beta. How you doing? You know what? But this is good. Reminds me of your video on fascism and National Socialism when you played. Yes, thank you. It's sort of what I'm doing. But looking at the way historians view history, Denmark, H6, Infra Yugoslavia, strategic necessary. Hello. I'm going to call you Tingle. Is it Izul Tingle? I don't know. Yeah, strategic necessity. Yeah, because I don't think, you get some iron ore that's basically Swedish iron ore, but can only be shipped, half the year out through Sweden. Now, and the rest of the year they have to go out through Norway. Outside of that, and some glycerine from fish, glycerine, factories up here that that they use to make explosives, and there's definitely some other economic benefits. Probably some of the wood is being used for rifle stocks and things like that. There are some economic benefits, but the amount of manpower to occupy Norway is significant and is just a drain from the situation. So yeah, it's not because of Germany needs Volodya, Serbia, and Slovenia for food. If we're talking down here, because I know of Slovenia down here. I don't know. I know eventually part of what this state is, not all of what this state is, but part of what this state is, does become actual part of the German Reich, is annexed in. The people are given German citizenship. I don't know how much food, as a percentage of German food's need, this part of the world is actually going to produce. I'm not saying it doesn't produce a surplus of food over its usage, but in the whole scheme of things, I don't think it's terribly much. Oh, for a German organized. I have a question. My PC, while I'm playing at 19 in Hoi 4, my PC plays the game very slowly. I get 15. Do you encounter it? No, I don't. I don't know whether that's a graphics card issue. If you want, you can scroll down on the Twitch page and see my gaming computer's stat. Challenger Mert, how you doing? So you can see what I'm playing with, and I seem to play the game very well, as well as stream it and record it at the same time. I do understand. Hello, Threaden. I do understand a great percentage of German ball bearings came from Sweden and was escorted by. Oh, I've not heard that Sweden provided ball bearings. Schweinfurt is sort of the famous ball bearing factory, wherever Schweinfurt is, somewhere here, isn't it? It was one of the famous ball bearing factories that the Allies bombed, and were trying to knock the Slovenia, not Slovenia. Okay, then I don't know where you're talking about in the game that calls Croatian provinces. Hello, Muhammad Dick Privies? I'm sorry I'm butchering that. How you doing? I'm sure I'm butchering your name. Didn't mean to. I'm just unfamiliar with that. So, yeah. Okay, Muhammad, I got that part. That I can say. Okay, so we have now, I will say at the scale of this game here, we've got what, 11 more factories from Czechoslovakia? Is that right? And if you look at all of the aircraft that are produced out of Czechoslovakia, look at all the tanks that are produced out of Czechoslovakia, look out at all of the artillery that's produced out of Czechoslovakia, look at the massive small arms that are produced out of Czechoslovakia. At the scale that you're using these factories, I would say they should be 40 military factories in Czechoslovakia at this scale. This is nothing. 11 military factories out of Czechoslovakia. There should probably be 5 factories producing small arms, producing the Mauser rifle. The Brno arsenals were huge. I actually own 2 Mausers that were made in Czechoslovakia, one during World War II and one during the interwar period. But the Brno arsenals were significant. They made lots of artillery for Germany. They made the 38T tanks, which go into the Hetzers, which are also the infantry guns and all kinds of tank destroyers. They have an aircraft industry. They produce I forget the model name. They had made prototypes in 1939, just before the annexation of a new fighter aircraft, that, according to the German evaluators, that it wasn't, this is the point, it wasn't enough better than the 109 to justify having it in production alongside of the Bf 109. So it was better than the 109, but it wasn't enough better to either, yes, if you haven't already, please give the channel a follow. You can also, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and see a link to my YouTube channel if you want to watch the video some other time. So that they are already producing an aircraft, and so the Germans take that aircraft factory, and I forget what they produce out of it, but it produces aircraft engines, which are critically important to the German war effort, just the engines, and they also produce, I believe, and this is where I'm a little fuzzier on, forget what airframes they convert the factory into producing, but they produce a bunch of aircraft there. So Czechoslovakia is massively producing German arms things. So I would say at the scale of usage that we're looking at here, somewhere between 20 and 40 more factories should come into line once you get Czechoslovakia. Okay, war generally doesn't use much GPU. I'm thinking but he's saying late game and it's not happening in early game, so I don't know. So GPU is probably the big things, Challenger Mert. And I'm using a 1070 card, or as you can see there, for my stuff. It's sort of a few years old now. The Nazi thinking was that the rest of the world would starve before Germany went hungry. Absolutely. Book by John Keegan, I believe. And that is, okay, and I do own some of his work, and I've read some of his work. John Keegan is a very, very good history. I've read a book, and it's been, 30 years since I read it. I still have it. The Neutrals during World War I, and it was mainly looking at Sweden, Switzerland, and Spain and Portugal, and what was going on with them during World War I and what they were selling. And they very well could have covered it. I just don't remember reading specifically about ball bearings made in Sweden and bringing them into Germany, and then to get an idea of how much, as in percentage of German needs. So yeah, this is just not enough factories here on the scale, because I'm just looking at all these heavy weapons factories we have, small arms factories, artillery factories. Oh yeah, that is just what Czechoslovakia's armaments. And you got to realize Bohemia and Moravia, to be specific, but also this part, which, I mean, come on, man. And you've definitely, this here is Tatra. Tatra is located here. And whether you figure trucks are civilian or military, but two factories of this scale, maybe a bit more. But yeah, Tatra is there. And Tatra was, I think, a bit more of a German-owned Czech company than they want to needs. But most of Austro-Hungary's industrial power, at least heavy military production, industrial power, was located here. So definitely some of it was down in Austria, but a lot of the Skoda works were building the main artilleries for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and that's massive amounts, and particularly in Brno. Big factories there. Can you play the World War I mod? I have played the one major World War I mod. We'll do so sometime. I'm curious about how your Eastern Front goes. Last time I used World Ablaze, I found it easy. Well, we're going to see here coming in a while, not this episode. Okay, so that's sort of my talk on over-reliance on economics for political decisions that is crept into historians. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there were probably a few that went in there, but yeah. Well, let's increase that even more. Yeah, let's just go fighters and free civilian factories. Trying not to overly fill up any one province, but those will come along. Okay. Now, I have been training up a lot of troops here. Let's see. Let's get these guys coming over here. Get ready for our vacation in Poland.
Zum Ausrücken. Zuhören.
And going back to economic models and military production or factory expansions or whatever you want to call it. The plan was 42, 43 for the big war against the Western powers. So that is when your clock should really start to run to its critical time, because Hitler was just going for a quick short war versus Poland, and that was it. He was not planning any sort of big operation versus Western powers.
Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay, more factories are coming online. Good. Okay. Heavy artillery. We still have more than we need, but we're not producing enough, and we're going to be running into a war that's going to have high attrition levels. So I presume. Oh, we are also now needing more tungsten. So tungsten. Is that the right thing? Am I in the right spot here? Yeah, I guess. No, hold it. No, I'm not in the right spot. Here, over here. Now, here we go. There we go. There we go. What is your favorite war game? Well, for strategy war games, Hearts of Iron 3 with Black Ice is my favorite. But that doesn't mean I only want to play that game. That's just the one I like the best. And now we're gonna... Hearts of Iron 4 just has so much potential that it just
Ihre Befehle?
doesn't live up to.
Achtung! Ausrücken!
Okay. Bomb damage vulnerability. Oil proof processing. Now. Okay. We're going to do reassert eastern, western war plans. Let's look at this for a moment. Okay. Mansylvania, Ribbentrop Pact. Bases in Greenland. So we're not really looking at that. Okay, so we need to do reassert Eastern claims next, I think. So let's do that. I hope this doesn't cause the war to start, because obviously the Ribbentrop Pact needs to come before the war starts. There's Danziger War. Okay, Danziger War's here. Again, I have not looked deep into, I was looking at here before, so we're looking at here. Danziger War. Barbarossa, Enzig. Integrate. Okay. Second Vienna Award. Okay, so let's go for this 14 days. Okay, sort of a sucky naval bomber, but we'll get some in production. Yeah, Black Ice really makes Hearts of Iron 3 worth playing. Okay, I think... Okay, well, I hope it doesn't break the game, but I'm planning on doing Danziger War Spring 1940. And if it breaks the game, well, then there's a problem with the mod, in my opinion, because it shouldn't be that detailed. Because I don't need the... You don't need to sit around for the winter staring at the Western Front. So, might as well take Poland, crush Poland, shift forces to the east, crush France, more summer, June, July, whatever, instead of May 40. Do it a little bit later, but get France crushed in 1940. At least that's the plan that I have now. Maybe Poland will defeat me or something because I'm making mistakes. That very well could happen. And again, I'm still learning this, and just because I'm, if I do something, not building a large enough army or not building a large enough air force or whatever, I very well be making mistakes that are rookie mistakes and things that are worth worth learning and playing multiple times to really get them. Don't know what unplanned offensive which will make you sit for a while. Don't know what that means there. So I have no intention of doing any sort of planning or if you're talking about, which I haven't looked, if there's limitations on going against bases, the Netherlands and Belgium or anything, I don't know, in declaring war there. Oh, General Bayless, do you think those guarantees that the countries can make should only focus on nations you want to fight? To specify when England and France guaranteed Poland, they only fought Germany, not the USSR. Okay. Okay, and your sort of General Betas is question, at least as I'm understanding it, is interpreting the question into game terms. Okay, so they France, I don't think so much England, but France gave guarantees of defense to Czechoslovakia. And it was mainly Chamberlain who convinces Czechoslovakia to give up the Sudetenland. So that's still sort of giving guarantees to Sudetenland or to Czechoslovakia and saying, yeah, Sudetenland, not really Czech, give it to the Germans. Germany then invades peacefully, but invades the rest of Czechoslovakia. Does nothing. So the guarantees, the actual guarantees, are not terribly well observed. Now, okay, for Poland, Germany doesn't believe, because France had long-standing guarantees with Czechoslovakia and doesn't stand by them when either for the Sudetenland primarily, but secondarily for the rest of the invasion, doesn't go to war, doesn't believe the guarantees. Now, I think, someone correct me if I'm wrong, it's about 2 weeks between the signing of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact and the invasion of Poland. It's about 2 weeks there. It is almost happens. It is a real rush. I've read, I think it was Hans von Luck's book, and he was stationed in somewhere around here, I think it was. And the rush to get ready to, because he was part of one panzer unit or another, I forget right now, and the rush to get ready to invade Poland at that time, they were just like madly rushing to get in there and get ready. It was really caught the German army off on the wrong foot. They were not ready to invade Poland when Hitler orders them to invade Poland. So they're scrambling for it to get units in place to do so. So it's very much that they aren't ready. Now, and the reason I bring all this up is that, so, planning bonuses, all this stuff, that doesn't exist for Poland. Even it's just a mad rush to get units to the front and get ready to go. Now, while Molotov, while Ribbentrop is in Moscow negotiating with Molotov, there is a British-led, but a Anglo-British delegation to the Soviet Union negotiating, I forget with who, but another Soviet high official, negotiating in Leningrad to get the Soviet Union into an alliance with British and France. Through the official Stalin requests, well, okay, we can see about an alliance. What is your position? And I think it was primarily, I don't know if it was exclusively, I don't know if it included Finland, and I'm pretty sure Romania. I don't think Romania was brought up, but they asked about the Baltic states. If we formed this alliance against Germany, would the France and Britain, as part of this alliance, I don't know if allow would be the right term, maybe recognize Soviet Union's proper control over the Baltic states. Thank you, very loud motorcycle. And they even set off a car alarm. It's so loud. And basically the Western allies were like, hey, we want an alliance with you to defend against Hitler, not an alliance for you to go grab up more territory. Hell, basically no way. We're not allowed to negotiate. That's just off the table. And since Hitler was offering Estonia and Latvia in eastern Poland, he was not offering Lithuania, and not really I don't really think Romania or Bessarabia was brought up, and authorized the Soviet Union going into Finland, since he acknowledged that. Now, of course, they end up swapping in a later pact, Lithuania for this part of Poland. Well, not all of this in the south. It was supposed to go here, but mostly this side. And that's why I hate the states. Again, you'll get my undying love if you get rid of the states in your mod, because it's this part. Poland should go to the Soviet Union, and Lithuania was going to be in the German sphere, and that would be a very possible thing. But Germany moves so well, so fast, that they get to here and sort of decide to keep it. And the Soviets sort of go, well, okay, but give us Lithuania. So, okay. So they swap the two out, more Polish territory for Germany, and Lithuania can go to the Soviet Union. So Stalin, in my opinion, was realizing that there was going to be a conflict with Nazi Germany, and was very willing to come in on the side of UK and France, but it was going to gobble up former Russian territory, particularly. And if they were to acknowledge that, well, I don't know if they're building radar. I don't know what they have here in radar. Well, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's Hearts of Iron thing or whatnot, but yeah, it seems a bit much. They haven't built any as far as I can see, but yeah, there's the slots. Unless that's German. Well, no, we can only build level 1. Yeah, I don't know. So this is going on at the same time. Now, the Soviet Union joins into the war. So this is, I think, the British delegation packs up and leaves, and they have to. It's a very circuitous route to get back out. I think it's up through here. I'm not sure how they get back out, but the Franco-British delegation does leave once the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact is signed. They realize that any more negotiation is fruitless. In my estimation, that if they thought it was anywhere feasible, France and Britain would have also declared war on the Soviet Union for the invasion of Poland. But they realized that they just have no effing chance to fight the Soviet Union as well as Germany, and they didn't need to create more enemies. And from their negotiations, they know that Stalin's going to be picking up this other territory, and they realize, well, we can't approve them taking this, but we're not going to kick about it because we need them as eventual allies. So that is my understanding. And so, yeah, it should not bring Britain and France into the war. It should not, guarantee should not. And you got to be sort of tricky with some of the scripting like that to have that work. I know that's a long general beta went down. Okay, reassert Eastern claims. Memo, Lithuanian government agrees to our demands. Memo will be incorporated back into East Prussia. Yet another unlawfully stolen province has been returned to the German nation. Okay. And the population there was overwhelmingly German. Whether that means anything or not, that's another question, but it was overwhelmingly German. Okay. Just because the population is German doesn't necessarily mean that it should belong to Germany, but it's just many nations seem to claim boundaries based upon who's living there as their justification for who gets to own the territory. Okay, we need more motorization. As opposed to who has the military might to take and hold the territory. Hello, Jiang Bright. How you doing? Well, thank you. Very good. Thank you very much. That's very, very good of you to say so. You don't have cores on Memel. Well, we should have cores on Memel. I haven't looked at it because, like I say, Memel was definitely part of the old German Empire. It was overwhelmingly German population. Danzig, I would say, was about 90% German population. The Danzig corridor, by the time World War II starts, it is a majority Polish population, but probably somewhere between, I would say realistically, somewhere between 40 and 60% of the Germans that were living in the former German Empire territories that have been given over to Poland have moved to Germany. So, a lot of it, like Guderian was born somewhere in, I think more over here, and had family estates that they had lost, so to Poland. And so, there's a lot of that stuff going on. Okay, 70 days. I don't know if I want to spend 70 days doing that. Okay, 70 days. Naval, that may come later. We're not looking at massive auxiliary autobahn. Yes, we control all of that. Increases the economic fatigue. Considerably increase. Why does expanding this increase economic fatigue? I don't get that. See, that's always like, I don't know. If anything, I think that would alleviate economic fatigue. Aeronautic funding, production costs. Yeah, we'll do this. 35 days. Okay. You do have some money for, yes. Okay. So they can either print money or get money from other sources. Long term is good. Yeah, we can talk about the money situation. But yes, early in the 18th century and earlier, it was Polish land, so the German population became kind of yes. Absolutely, it's going back and forth territory. I'm just going to call you Lore. Or G. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sorry, but yes, Lore. Yes, absolutely. You have the carving up of Poland between Russia, Prussia, and Austria in the different stages through the 18th century, and then the rebirth briefly of Poland under Napoleon. And then once he's gone, all of it taken back. Absolutely there. Short. Lorg. Okay, Lorg, that works. I can get Lorg. Thank you for giving that. Yeah, who deserves what land? Some people claim I'm not a native. Well, I was born in California. My parents were born in California. At least one of my grandparents was born in California. So I am not an immigrant to California. But nor do I, to the best of my knowledge at least, do I have any pre-Columbian, meaning before Columbus, ancestors from North and South America. So the pre-Columbian peoples, and to the best of my knowledge, the main peoples that populate North and South America are sort of third wave immigrants as far as anthropologists and others can tell. So they're not the original people either, that there were multiple waves of immigration into the Americas, coming over in the last ice age and whatnot, and then another immigration, and then another immigration. So, yeah, and if we want to look at, Israel, Judea, they definitely weren't the first people there, because we have the whole story well documented of, Moses leading the people out of, and they weren't necessarily from here originally, but that they had immigrated to Egypt, and then Moses leads the Israelites out and wanders around in the desert for a long time, and then eventually conquers Judea, Israel, because actually those are two different places, Judea and Israel, that were both Jewish and both existed at the same time, two different kingdoms, but basically conquer this, and maybe some of the East Bank as well. And so they basically, my understanding is, what would be the term? Genocided the original population, because God told them to do so. Kill everyone, kill every animal, every beast. So Old Testament stuff. But and often the Phoenicians and others were sort of owning the coastline, where they were more interior land. So, do they own this land? Sort of, kind of. Now, they get sort of pushed out mostly by the Romans. But does that mean that this belongs to the Arabs that live there now? Or do they get to take it back? Who's the rightful owner? The rightful owner, quite honestly, is the people that can take and hold the land. It's not stealing. Again, this is sort of, they stole the land. No, the colonists coming, they didn't steal one single bit of land. They did not steal one single bit of land. They actually bought Long Island from the people that lived there. They actually gave them something that they wanted. And the people, you mean you're giving me all this just to move away from here? Yeah, thank you. We're out of here. Now, we think of it as a bunch of beads and whatever nowadays, but it's also tomahawks and other metal items that made them locally wealthy. And no, they conquered the land. They didn't steal the land. They conquered the land. And they often conquered it from places like Mexico or Spain, or bought it from France. A lot of this was bought from France. So they did not steal one bit of land. They conquered it. And every bit of territory on this planet, the current residents conquered the land from somebody else. nobody is, to the best of my knowledge, the original inhabitants of that bit of land, like the first settlers, and these are the descendants of the first settlers that showed up there. In fact, humanity conquers, I think, most of this from the Neanderthals. So yeah, all human land is conquered land. There is no non-conquered land. And anybody who spouts that nonsense are Marxists trying to get you to feel ashamed of your things so they can destroy your culture. Just read something long ago. It was in a place where your grandparents were born decides if you are an immigrant or not. Culturally, yes. Well, yeah, like I say, I have at least one grandparent that was born in California. And so, yeah, I'm not an immigrant. Now, I'm not of Spanish descent or Spanish culture, nor am I Native American or Indian. And also this modern day thing. The people that live here are Indians. Yes, they are Indians. Because, and now maybe sort of this sort of somewhat come to be sort of specifically this is the Indies. 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 Now this is the West Indies. This is the East Indies. So people from here are, wait for it, Indians. People from up here are Eskimos. Different ethnic group, different racial group. They're Eskimos. Now, all you know, the indie games. Yes, exactly. Tingle, that's where all the indie games come from. But this is the Indies. This was the West Indies. Now, this is sort of mislabeled by Columbus because they have sort of a vague idea that this exists down here. Sort of a vague idea, and Cathay, or China as we would sort of call it, is up here. And so they sort of kind of think they're finding these islands that existed out here that they have just, like I say, very vague notions of. And so because Columbus, I know this is not World War II history, Columbus thinks the world, most people of any learning know the world is round. Back in Ptolemaic Egypt, by doing some math and whatnot, they figure out the world is round. And they actually, the Ptolemaic, I think it was actually not Ptolemy the ruler, but Ptolemy the mathematician, thinker, or whatever, because there's a bunch of people. It's a Greek name. A bunch of Greeks lived in Egypt. Another story. Actually, I think it's the diameter of the Earth, pretty correct. But Columbus thinks the diameter of the Earth is much smaller. So when he thinks that when he's about, and their navigation isn't quite precise, but when he's about here, he thinks he should be about here. And so when they keep going and not finding anything, and then they find these small islands, yay, land, they think they're way over here. So, and sort of went by China. That China may have been north, up. Yeah, obviously they weren't up here. Columbus doesn't explore this part, but thinks that China's north up to there. But, so yeah, Columbus is just bad on the size of the Earth. Not so much. Well, a little. I mean, they also, North America should be more south. I mean, Americas should be further south. It's not so far north. This map is incorrect there. But they're not hugely off on the latitude. Well, West India means indigenous. It was used by merchants when spread and became this mess of words. Absolutely, it's a mess of words. But the idea that they're not Indians, or you shouldn't call pre-Columbian peoples of the Americas, Indians. That's a legitimate English word usage. Now, I'm not saying that that's what they didn't call themselves that. They didn't know that India existed. They weren't calling themselves Indians. So, yeah, no, of course not. Okay, what do we okay, we still have enough merchant vessels, I guess. Oh. Do I do destroyers? Are there mine laying destroyers? Let's look. I haven't really looked at the naval models and what I can build here. I need these mine layers. Would that be depth charge? No, I don't see mines on this. Torpedo range. I like mine layers. Doesn't look like anything has mine laying. Sad gamer noises. You don't have to add mines to the template, or is this mod different? Hello, Drunken Barbarian. Well, this mod is specifically designed, and I looked at it a little more carefully here. You get specific models of tanks. You don't get variants from this, so it's locked into the historical ones, and that is a very good way to go, and the way I would prefer mostly to go, as opposed to being able to, build your own things. But I would like to see if there's mine laying. Oh, no, not that charge is mine laying. I don't see mine laying. Is that a tech that's needed here? We have mine laying here. Contact mine laying, submarine, magnetic mine. What model would it be, though? No, I don't know. German mine. I don't know German naval vessels well at all. 38. And it very well may be here. I just don't know and haven't found it yet. Obviously, I've not researched through much of this, or any of it, because I really don't care that much about it. Germans, I don't know how much in ship size they did mine laying, but they definitely did mine laying. They have done more small boat mine, or large boat mine laying or something, but something that would be categorized as a boat and not a ship. Even because I don't know where I would expect to see that here. Okay, well, I don't see that. Okay, so I guess we won't be doing any light vessels if we can't lay mines. That's the main reason why I would want to use them. Okay, submarines, build submarines. Scroll down in the window that opens when you click the ships. Okay, IKB. I will come. Yeah. You mean in their production here? Is this where you're talking about? Or in the research? Just I was looking. No, cancel. I keep doing that wrong. Cancel, yes. I want to click over here. So yeah, nothing, zero mine laying here. There, let's come back to research. Okay. Oh, here, okay. Yes, I hadn't scrolled down. Okay. Torpedo. Nope, don't see mine laying there. Cool. What is this? Is this a destroyer? A light cruiser? Yeah. Not that I'm going to research all the way to one of these just to get mine lighting, but no, I am not. At all innate, as you can, I'll tell by now. Knowledgeable on these. Okay, no, not seeing mine laying here. There's nothing that's going to research fairly soon. Could Canada declare war on its own without the consent of Britain if it wanted to in this time period? I don't. Because it's a dominion, and see, the British Empire has multiple statuses within it for sure. Realize, and we'll click over here, and I think hopefully see the right flag. Realize this is still the flag of Canada at the time. It's not yet gone to the maple leaf. That's just sort of an important indicator. The head of state, to the best of my knowledge, still to this day, of Canada is the Queen. I think at the time, you need the monarch's approval to declare war. And I don't know that that's changed. And I don't know if you need Parliament's approval to declare war. Because in the United States, it's the Senate that declares war, not the House of Representatives. So, and you don't have to ask the House of Representatives. It's just the state. The president in the United States cannot declare war. It is only the Senate. And so I just Googled it. The Germans had almost no mine-laying ships. Most of them seem to have been captured from mainly Norway and Yugoslavia. Thanks, Drunken Barbarian. You do need well, I'm trying to think back then, not now, and maybe you do need Parliament's approval, but I think you also need the monarch's approval as well. Yeah, well, yeah, it's you need to say king back then, but I was saying earlier, still to this day, Canada's head of state is the Queen, I believe, officially, and I think you need the monarch's approval back in World War II. And I don't think Canada or Australia or New Zealand, which are dominions, could declare war on its own. Now, do realize, and I don't know about Britain. I don't know when Britain for sure was last at war, but realize the last time America, people that talk about America being defeated in war, really is not true. The War of 1812, you can sort of argue that maybe. I mean, obviously the British burnt the capital. Well, the last battle that was actually fought after the peace treaty was signed, though not necessarily in effect, sort of, I'm not even sure, which was the Battle of New Orleans. Andrew Jackson kicks the English ass pretty hard. A much bigger English army that were all veteran units from fighting in the Napoleonic War, so it wasn't like, just some half-trained units. No, but Andrew Jackson kicks their ass. But yes, of course, earlier the English burnt the capital. But I don't think the U.S. has lost the war. Someone could try to correct me if they're wrong, but do realize the U.S. has not been at war since 1945 and the surrender of Japan. It has not been at war since 1945. So it might be defeated militarily in minor overseas actions, get driven out of Vietnam or out of Afghanistan or something, but the U.S. hasn't declared war against Vietnam or Afghanistan. So the U.S. has not declared war since 1945. And so that means a lot in how America deals with things, if you don't know. So they did not need permission to come to support the bridge. Well, no, see, that's... He asked, can declare war on its own. Well, of course, it wasn't a nation in 1918. Though Canada is unable to invade the U.S., though it's able to defend against American invasion of the U.S. The U.S. thought they were just going to march into Canada. Oops, that didn't work out very well. Yeah, it would also need the king. And this is so that means it can't declare it on its own. Meaning you got to get the king's permission. So I guess if the king wanted to give Canada permission to, say, declare war, I don't know, on Japan, but the rest of the English Empire not, might technically be able, but again, the king has to approve that, is my understanding. But no, I'm not any great scholar. Oh, we need to trade for more rubber, which is going to become a problem. Oh, Venezuela is not keeping up with its rubber shipments. Okay. Now, why can't we get the Dutch East India? Trade influence is so bad. But I think we are actually, ahead of Britain on trade. No, I do understand that this is the Netherlands and this is a sub thingy over here, but why wouldn't we be able to trade there at peacetime? Now, once we go to war, that's a different matter, but I really think, where is it in here? Continue autarky. I really, really think this is inappropriate here. I really, not that you got the autarky thing, but that you're giving the bad trade opinions. Because why can't I trade with China? And you do realize that there is the Chinese-German trade agreement going on at this time, and is only stopped maybe by now it's no longer because of Japanese pressure in there, but that I do this continuing autarky thing. China is a massive trading partner with Germany. It isn't until really that you're pushing in the war really flares up with Japan. Does Germany finally pull out its military mission to China? So they're buddies with China. So, and I don't know, because I know there's a newer version out, but, and why is Manchukuo not, why, I mean, that's just a sub thing of whether it's allowed to trade or not. Something of Japan. So Mexico, I don't know why Mexico wouldn't trade with Germany. Luxembourg would be happy to sell steel to Germany. They were a big steel producer. If people just generally didn't know. Belgium, yeah, they would trade. Netherlands, very much. My understanding, the Netherlands were massively trading with Germany and Italy right up until they get invaded. Maybe somebody could point to something that says different, but yeah, I don't like this negative opinion because of autarky. Definitely Germany was pursuing autarky, absolutely, but to cut off trade like that is just, I think, inappropriate. Okay. Yeah, our last state of war was 1930. Well, yeah, I'm sure that's when it starts. We didn't even have an official war with Argentina. It was being officially called the Falklands Conflict. Yeah, okay. Well, so presumably it's the same ending, drunken barbarian of, yeah, but this is what's killing my relationship with them is this autarky event. Otherwise, I would have better relations, Mohammed. Yeah, so Britain was at war with Japan. And so, yeah, at the same signing agreement, I presume that ends the U.S. war with Japan also ends Britain's war with Japan. And yeah, and like the Falklands. So yeah, there's military actions. But so the U.S. has not been at war since 1945. And that is, like I say, obviously we drafted in Vietnam and whatnot, but it wasn't a declaration of war. The Senate didn't approve one. Now the Senate does approve the Gulf of Tonkin thing that allows continued American operations, military operations, but that's different than declaring a war. So yeah, so I don't know that I can effectively improve relations enough to trade with them. Not that I couldn't, but that just seems a bit much. So for some reason Venezuela isn't. So I have no ability really to get a significant more rubber in. So now once war starts, absolutely all these rubber becomes a serious issue for Germany. That absolutely does. I don't want to try to minimize that. And in my opinion, this is where Hearts of Iron, not this mod, but Hearts of Iron falls down. The inability to stockpile. I mean, we do now have a fuel stockpile, but the inability to rubber stockpile or some of the other things. Because nations, in Germany in particular, was doing that. I don't have good figures on the rubber stockpile. I like the idea of having synthetic rubber broken out different from oil, because they are sort of two different plants. We'll get those three done, and hopefully, see, that will be 8, 16 more rubber. And we're going to lose that. So, well, let's build a couple more. We'll build them out here in the east. And there we go. So that now getting priority because all that earth sources. This is why you produce. So you need to trade. Or you produce synthetic circuits, so you need to trade. Okay, don't quite understand that. Oh, absolutely. totally get the idea of synthetic factories, but and need to do so. But I'm just saying we should be able to trade prior to. Okay, what are my stockpiles on just basic weapons and artillery? Artillery, okay, 1,000 scout cars. Got lots of scout cars. That's good. Infantry equipment, 40,000. I guess we use some more heavy infantry equipment. I guess. Don't know quite the attrition rate we're going to be facing. So let's do. Here. Another 5 of those. You need experience sending guns. Yeah. That rubber processing will help. That's why I was doing it, because I did realize that this was going to become an issue. Well, no, let's come over here. Panzer 2F, artillery. I do like the way you've done the artillery. That's for sure. Okay, let's come back over here. Okay, order by task, orders by directive, order by task, recovery rate. Okay, well, see, I'm not going to use planning, so I don't need planning, max planning. Planning speed, I don't need planning because I'm not going to use that. Recovery rate, reinforcement rates. Okay. Warfare. Okay, so either one of these can go down these paths. So we'll do recovery rate. Oh, we would be able to do this. What is there a problem with? Do I have to get all of the air tier duns first? Huh. Not gonna grab that AA. Oh, well, thinking here. I don't really know how useful AA is, so to me it's always sort of lower priorities. Now I thought we could get to here, but I guess we can't. I don't know. Because I think I would rather, not that I'm entirely trying to avoid that. Oh, 38 Ts. That should be a gimme once I get Czechoslovakia. You should just give me that tech. Okay, well, we're going to end the episode, not the live stream, but the episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, of course, please subscribe and tell me why I'm wrong in whatever I'm saying. But you got to tell me why, not just that I'm wrong. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let's save this. We're going to continue here. Not a bad thing is you're only using it during the battle. Divisions won't fire on bombers and such, right? Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad or you shouldn't have AA because it does help. but I see it as less critical compared to having a properly powerful anti-tank gun to deal with heavier tanks. I see as a much more important thing. And it's just, what do I research? And because we have all of this now, Germany, of course, didn't have any Marines. Yeah, it had naval infantry, but they weren't what we would think of as Marines. Not the Royal Marines of Britain, not the Japanese landing infantry, that were part of the Navy. Japan does have some ground units that are part of the Navy, and the United States Marine Corps. That's really what Marines are when we're looking here. Of course, they had paratroopers, which we haven't even got yet. Now, I may have been overly focused on some of the techs over here. And we haven't even gotten to any of the 39 techs here. And yeah, would the F this early? I don't know, but they were definitely moving to better models of Panzer IIIs and Panzer IVs, just depending on how far in the weeds you want to get. We have the basic model, but I don't even think we've been producing any armored half tracks yet. And then going through some of these other models. A little early for that, but I don't know, because around here it would be the 6-wheeled, and then you get the 8-wheeled, and then you get the later 8-wheeled. Because that's the somewhat Czech design, not entirely, but somewhat Czech designed. More the engine transmission is Czech designed. It comes later, that they designed during the war. So yeah, I mean, overall this is pretty good. I mean, I can find quibbles in this, but that's all I'm really finding here. But just researching all of this stuff, and then here, yeah, we could be doing this, the Emil model, the 109s, which we haven't even got to that. So yeah, there's a lot to be. I think that Canada would at least theoretically have to ask the king. Yeah, that's sort of my point, IKB. Now, they could, at this time, during World War II, I think decide to sit something out. The Dominions, I mean that by Canada, Australia, New Zealand, not so much India or some of the other more directly ruled colonies. Those are a bit different. But yeah, I think they could if there really wasn't. See, like Canada does not have a draft during World War II. They don't draft, at least not for the Army. Maybe for the Navy. Definitely not for the Air Force, and definitely not for the Army. But I'm not sure about the Navy, the Canadian Royal Navy. But they don't draft for the Army that can go overseas. So Canada has, so these dominions have some of their own ability to govern themselves. And of course, Canada feels oh so protected by the United States, where like Australia thinks it's going to be invaded by Japan. So, yep, they're going to draft people, that kind of thing. I actually read a book that mentioned German Marine Schützen, and they did exist, but only as a ship defense model. Yeah, Drunken Barbarian. Yeah, there are definitely, well, to the best of my knowledge, again, I don't know everything, obviously. I mean, but to the best of my knowledge, there are no Heers or Army units that are specifically trained as a designated long-term unit that are naval landing type troops. Yes, they're sort of getting ready with some tanks to do, going into Britain, but those are more like, oh shit, what do we do? And they're trying to figure stuff out. There's no long-term Army unit. And yes, I definitely have photos of British sailors armed with rifles and have cartridge belts and helmets and all that stuff. And they have naval eagles on the side of their helmets instead of army eagles, so that they were made and purchased for them. And towards the end of the war, they're definitely creating naval infantry units more like as a stopgap. And hey, we don't have any, fuel for our ships, and they get sunk anyway, so we're just turning them into infantry. But there's not really anything, proper landing force type thing. And yes, there very well may be, and they're definitely, I'm not saying there weren't sailors trained to properly, because I sort of know they were trained to properly use a rifle and do things, but they're not proper invasion troops either, whether for a D-Day or for a proper fight landing out somewhere like this. Could Germany have created a force like that? Absolutely, but to the best of my knowledge, they didn't. They were not like the Japanese naval landing forces, as I think would be the correct translation for the stuff. And you can sort of see that by these Japanese forces are wearing basically army uniforms, but like on their helmets, they have a little anchor instead of the star or whatever that would have been common for. Japan has different types of helmets, all used simultaneously. I don't quite understand why or what the distinctions for their different helmets. And I don't mean just different symbols on them. I mean different shapes of helmets and whatnot. Whether they were produced during certain years and still used later on, or whether they were done simultaneously, I just don't know. Whole nother thing I don't know about. But so there's definitely naval troops that are set up for ground combat that are not also guys planning on being on ships to do shipboard duties, swab the deck or paint or chip paint off to repaint, where I think a lot of the Marine Schutzen are also sort of onboard ship duty people that are trained to use rifles and whatnot if needed. So they're more sailors that can use rifles, I think, versus amphibious soldiers. And so that's sort of the thing. Canada did it. Okay, Mad Brad. The conscription for Canada did not allow, and that's why it's sort of called the zombie army or something, did not allow for conscripted soldiers to be deployed outside of Canada. They could not be deployed to either war zone, Pacific or Europe. So it was an entirely volunteer forces that were going overseas. But you're right, they did have some level of conscription, but they were not being able to be. They were sort of a territorial or home army subscription, not a overseas deployable. I believe that the star was the Army, the anchor was the Navy helmets. Yes. Navy combat helmet for aboard ships. Yeah, but it's more than just onboard ships. Japan mostly, I don't think they armed their gunners on ships with helmets so much. I don't think, but I may be wrong on that. That's just sort of thinking about it and trying to remember all the pictures of gunners. But where they specifically had naval landing commando type units that were trained up and got to, I think, brigade size in the Japanese Navy. Now realize, and I'm not even back recording an episode yet, realize that, I don't know, somewhere like around 1937 or 1938, there's almost a civil war in Japan. They almost get to the point of a civil war in Japan between the Navy and the Army, to a point that like Yamamoto is forced to stay on board his flagship. He can't even go off the ship even for a moment without fear of being arrested by the army at some stages. And so there's and the Navy is setting up to be able to, do airstrikes against army bases. They're planning them. It gets about that bad. They don't actually do all this stuff, but the army is trying to arrest Yamamoto at one point. In June 40, they voted to remove the restrictions for overseas deployment. But okay, so they did. I thought they did not allow overseas deployment for conscripted soldiers in Canada. But I'm willing to learn. Rejected it by 80 or so. That was a big issue. Yeah, well, Quebec is Quebec. I understand that they're just wanting to be different because they're Quebec. Okay, let's start another episode here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4 with the World Ablaze mod, and we are continuing into September, and that is the normal time for starting World War II. But I'm going to be tricky, and I'm going to not start the war, defeat Poland, then have to sit the winner out to invade France and the Low Countries. So we're going to wait for a springtime for Hitler and invade Poland in the spring and France in the summer, because going to France in the summer sounds like fun. Okay, let's do radar. Okay, 1941 recruitment was slowly progressing. More people spoke out in favor of conscription, first within the Conservative Party and later among the English-speaking Canadians in general. To appease supporters of conscription, the Prime Minister, William Lyon Mackenzie's, decided to hold a non-binding referendum to release the government from its anti-conscription promise. The government then passed Bill 80 authorizing conscription for overseas service. It was deemed necessary. What's that crack with the Czechs still being a thing? Don't quite get that, Drunken Barbarian, what you're referring to. That Czechs still being a thing. Okay, we can modify our government now at 150 levels. Okay, production. We have a better... fortification now. We'll wait for Spear. Well, Spear isn't that useful. I don't... Someday I'll get back to modding this. I don't know if I win, but someday. Yeah, we'll put our experience gain. Yeah. How come you haven't annexed Czechoslovakia? Sorry, Oh, we did. This is the developer's idea of annexing Czechoslovakia, and that they set up a Reich Commissariat. I'm something in opposition to this as a viewpoint. I'm not saying they're 100% wrong, but I think in game terms, I think annexation, true annexation, total annexation, gain cores on it, is the most appropriate. So, because they're absolutely right that it was a protectorate of Bohemian Moravia, but they're calling it the Reich Commissariat of Bohemian. But it wasn't a Reich Commissariat; it was a protectorate. But I think in game terms, it really should just be annexation. And I think they way underestimated the amount of factories that okay, because we didn't do this in time, Okay. We didn't do this in time, so we don't get that, so we can't go down to here. That sort of sucks, guys. Hey guys, yeah, so I can't, well, not that I want to do the mouse or anything like that, but we could do that. That sort of sucks that that didn't happen or that doesn't happen. Yeah, because we did go down and send our panzers down there. I know it's only 7 days, and I probably could have grabbed that up before the end, but I just... Yeah, we'll do that. They're trying to be very historically correct, the modders, and I appreciate that heavily. I really, really do. To the point that they've created Danzig. Okay, what? Satellite. Now, I don't know if Uncharted is still here or not. Why is, or why would you not have Danzig to be a satellite of Germany? Just sort of asking. I'm not saying it should be, but why isn't it? Why isn't it a satellite of Poland and not Germany? I forgot that what they learned. Yeah, no, I mean it's only a 7 day focus, and if I was paying closer attention and knew the mod well, I easily could have tripped the 7 day focus because I did spend a lot of time with Guderian's 2 Panzer divisions in there. But can I move troops into... No. See, you won't allow me to move troops into Danzig. But Poland can. What? Danzig was controlled by Poland at the point? No? Danzig was German. It was a free city. There was large contingents of German soldiers in Danzig. Danzig was mostly German. There were a lot more German soldiers now they were SS soldiers in Danzig than they were they weren't, Heer's soldiers. Very few elements of Danzig was controlled by Poles. Most of it was controlled by Germany. Now, it was still a free city, most assuredly. So I can go either way on that. That should go to von Manstein. And what I have probably forgotten to do, or have we done the SS creation here? Yeah, we've done this. Does that give me templates that are SS? Chanel division, no. Okay, free. Yeah, so I don't know. Yes, there was fighting in Danzig during the invasion, but it was mostly just a few Poles hanging out in the post office trying to hold out briefly. Yeah, no, we haven't done that yet. We're going to do that come 1940. We're going to do that just before going into Poland. And we're waiting for 1940 to go into Poland. Yeah. Well, Gdansk or no, Gdynia up here, that was sort of the Polish naval base that was built so Poland could have its naval vessels here and not stationed in Danzig. And when, of course, the Schleswig-Holstein, the old battleship, was actually on a friendly visit, port of call visit, planning on the invasion, but just prior to the invasion, it shows up to do a port of call visit, and so it's actually, you know, moored along, or I don't know if it's alongside of a dock or just, you know, anchored in the harbor, but it's sitting in the harbor prior to the German invasion. And Danzig is, this is just, it's sort of like, I can sort of see that it should be neither or both, or I don't know. I'm not saying it's wrong that it's Polish, but it's something that's very sort of, I don't know. It's just right along that kind of thing. Yeah. Function Poland as a military. Yes, military. Yes, very much. And it is, well, it was even just a tidbit of knowledge. At least it was, as of, I don't know, 20 years ago or something, the only port that you could ship arms out of Poland through was through Gdynia. You couldn't ship them out through Gdansk or other Polish ports. It was the one port that was designated for export of arms from Poland. Yes, I know why I know that. Obscure reason, but I needed to know that for business in the past. But no, this was specifically built because what they had, 2 or 3 destroyers and 2 or 3, I think 3 submarines and whatnot. And they were all stationed out of here. Okay, Allied powers, Treaty of Versailles decided to create the Free City, then the Free City, the seaport, and the substantial surrounding area. The League of Nations rejected the citizens' petition and officially named the Free City Hanseatic Leagues of Danzig. The citizens of Danzig received a separate citizenship from the Free City and thus lost their former German citizenship. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying they were German citizens in that sense, but I would say 90+% of the population at the time, at the starting of the war, was German speaking. I mean, it's, yeah. Five subs, 4 destroyers, 1 mine layer. Great, yes. And those were all stationed out of here, and some of them made it out of the Baltic. Okay, what were we looking at doing? Something else important to do? I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's it. I wanted to do the fighters. Here we go. That's what I wanted to do next. Okay, we need more heavy artillery. Okay. Artillery. It feels like all I'm doing is building more and more artillery. Artillery. I take it, Lorg, you're Polish by any chance? Is that correct? You seem to be up on a lot of that.
Ihre Befehle?
Oh, good. Yeah, no reason you shouldn't be proud to be Polish. Okay. Okay, so we're trained. I think that's using up a lot of our equipment here. Okay, I think we're going to stop all of our I haven't been training up panzers because of not wanting to use up the limited numbers that I have of equipment. So I just joined the stream. I've never seen this mod before. What does it focus on? Historical accuracy would be stuff, and it is a not quite as complex as Black Ice, but is competing with Black Ice in historical accuracy and maybe a bit better in historical accuracy. Well, I'm fascinated too by World War II and various elements. But so these are trained up. Well, let's come over here and grab this. Select all. Let's train our mountain troops now. Yeah. I'm not saying B-Ice is wrong in its granularity, if you will. And having immersion detail is really nice. United Kingdom dominates. Okay. Yep, we got to come back and whack that. Okay, they're just now. We got to push on that. Keep from being overly dominated. But I guess this is also silly because we're not even trading here. Yes. Extra immersion details are nice and useful, but yeah, Black Ice might be going a little overboard on that. In some areas at least. Okay, so we got that. That's what we were sort of looking to get. No, I don't know that we're going to do the heavy bombers. I'm getting fighters. Yeah, we can update our attack profiles. Now let's come over here because although we really hadn't gotten very far with them, let's convert that over to that, which, yeah, I would sort of do that. But yeah. Okay, well, I haven't really gotten into the recent update. I was planning on doing that by now, but this mod has distracted me from it. Well, I'm more upset with Black Ice for it trying to compensate for the bad AI. Okay, how many days is that? 70 days. Yeah, a bit long, but okay. Okay, what are the effects of this? Okay, okay. Molotov driver bags. Okay. Soviet Union must approve. Yes. Removes bitter enemies. Okay, I guess we need to click for more details. Okay, pack. Okay, so it doesn't specifically get us to war. Okay, so yeah. And yeah, Danziger War is there. I just want to make sure that what we're doing. So let's start the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Get that going. Yeah, I don't know about the AI complexity. Well, yeah, well. See, and this is the thing, and we're going to be trying out again. I don't, they talk about the AI is really good, really challenging for this game, and I'm not doubting that. I don't want to make that sound there, but I just haven't experienced it yet. Now, there's a couple of questions with the AI. One, the combat AI is really sort of baked into the game, and we'll see what they've done with that here. Because we really can't get into the proper combat AI, at least as far as I know. What you do have is, say, production and diplomatic AIs and that type of thing that you can get into. And I don't know how well the AI is handling Black Ice in that realm. Biggest problem is that streamlined done for easier entry, but when you actually play it more, you see all the places where it's lacking. So it's made for mostly MP. Yeah, I'm a single person player mostly. Well, we'll try the combat AI out. I sort of wonder what you can do, because most of it is, at least to my understanding, again, I'm not an AI programmer at all. But I thought the combat AI was compiled into the EXE and not something you can break out to edit. But we will see. Play Warzone. Hello, Knight Sergeant Huntman. I don't know the game quite offhand. Okay. We're getting a bunch more, particularly rubber, but also oil coming in. That's going to be enough of that. Let's see. Well, we're not yet able to, because I would rather have bigger than have more. Just placing it. So let's come. Well, we're full with fuel, so let's dump in a couple of more fuel silos. They're fairly quick to build. Okay, so if you've gotten into that, okay, good. The older Hoy games were, while great fun, not really inviting new players. Now, they didn't invite new players, and that's quite true. It was completely changed with Hoy 4 and F. Yeah, but I still like Hearts of Iron 3 better with proper mods. You do with radar stations in central Germany. Yeah, well, what I want to do is... yeah, maybe one in Berlin would be good. Because I want these to get bigger, and which covers most of the area. Won't leave that on to stress out. Okay. So let's put one in Berlin, and so that will get much of that. And then, in time, I want to expand because I am was going to. Oh, I am researching. Yeah, improved radar, which will allow me to go to level 2, and that's what I would prefer to do it than just plunking more around Germany. Okay, I know. Defense. Air attack, heart attack, air attack, to air attack. Yeah. We're going to go with frontal support. Okay, well, we're getting close to 1940. Parachutes would be nice. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Yeah, Lorg is right, I think. They somewhat are. Yeah, they somewhat are. Wish there was someone was a good map editor. Still looking for a good map editor out there in chat. Someone who can make a new map for this game. Someone can make a new map. I think we got a treat for us if you want to make a new map. Okay, now we can build some more radar. 1941, 1939. Yeah, we'll do that. Now, I have not been playing with any intelligence with this. And this has nothing to do with World Ablaze, as far as I know, because I don't know if they've touched intelligence. But I'm really disappointed, not in the intelligence itself, but in the limitations and the lead times. And so it either needs to go a lot faster, or, and maybe more importantly, to be able to have more operations going on. You know, to be able to have operations going on in Britain, in France, in Poland, in Norway, all at once, and have enough agents and enough stuff going to doing all that all at once, say, and maybe an operation over in the U.S. and to have a lot more stuff going on. It just, to me, seems like I spend a lot of time and get very, very little out of it. Yeah, it's underwhelming because it's. Oh, you did change the intelligence. Okay, I just haven't looked at that. Okay, Ribbentrop Pact done. So now we're in January. Okay, good. We don't want to do Danziger War right now. Let's see about getting. Let's do this. Make sure that we have Swedish steel. Moscow signs the pact. Very good. So we've lost our trade with Venezuela. Why the hell, I don't know, but okay. Well, I think we'll just let that go, because we're currently full on oil and we are having more oil than we need, though we do need more tungsten and more rubber. Let's see, currently we have a lot of rubber coming in. These will each be 5 now because we have that bonus per, and that should get at least our immediate needs, not necessarily our growth needs with. Oh, we could do that. Let's do this now that we are somewhat in the, I hope, have extra here. Let's convert over to that. Okay, so we're not going to do rubber, but let's look at tungsten. We're going to have to lose the Portuguese soon. I'm going to grab a Coke. I'll be back in a moment. Be right back, guys. Yes, Mad Brad, as I'm calling him, because I'm dropping the X in the 13. is involved with it. And I think Uncharted was here for a while. He's the lead developer. So yes, I'm visiting and talking to the developers of this as I'm playing. Their plans to change the infantry equipment to something other than submachine guns. Well,
Befehle?
I'm not sure about that, but I have to talk a little bit about some of the small arms. Okay, better fighters, good. Well, it's probably more how you were handling the disagreement, but well, you got booted. Yeah, and you know, I get that some of this stuff here will just some of this stuff here is just graphics and names. They don't necessarily mean anything. But with Black Ice now, you do sort of have the small arms that are for their light infantry versus just regular usage, and whether you know just trying to think, does it matter? Yeah, it matters on a certain level, but doesn't matter to the gameplay. Submachine guns, and some of this other stuff. You have here, heavy infantry equipment, which you can see there, MG08 with some mortar I'm not familiar with, and the more Brandt Stoker type mortar that Germans did use a bit later, but not so much early on. Early on, it'd be the little 50 millimeter mortars. It's a bit later that they started to come in with their 81 millimeter mortars. They skipped the 60 millimeter style mortar. So this is sort of, shall we call it, light support equipment. They're calling it heavy equipment. Yeah, it's heavier than rifles and hand grenades, absolutely. But it's where this is primary infantry weapons, where this is more support weapons or whatever, light support elements, if you will, as opposed to heavier support elements. Going along here, and basically for most nations, you have a World War I rifle, and then you might or might not have a World War II rifle. England, their World War II rifle is not an improvement upon their World War I rifle. What it is a production improvement, not a use improvement. I forget the models of Enfields, but there's the sort of mid-war Enfield development rifle. Maybe we could get, I don't know if we can go see it over there, but that is much easier to produce, but functionally doesn't improve anything for the soldier, if not actually take something away for the soldier. I'm not sure on that. And so now for the Gewehr 98 versus the Kar 98K, basically you're talking a lighter, more compact of the same thing. So there's a little usage, although the Germans did have smaller grenades. They're still primary grenades or the stick grenades. Now, then you move into semi-auto rifles. The Soviets had the SVT rifles. They were okay. Had problems, but okay. the U.S., of course, comes by the start of the war. They have the M1 Garand, not in common usage at the start of the war. I mean, all of the Army soldiers fighting at the start of the war are all using 1903 Springfields. And those we're talking like in the Philippines, Wake Island, all of that. And most all of the troops stationed in the U.S., in the end of 1941 are all equipped with Springfields. They're just getting the Garands in production. Now, the Garand is enough in production and issued enough to be the common or the primary or the mostly used rifle for the Operation Torch invasion of North Africa for the Americans. Only Springfields you're going to find are either sniper model rifles or, oh, hey, those artillery guys over there, their rifles are Springfields, just if everything goes to hell and you can't use your guns, your big artillery pieces anymore, you still have some sort of rifle. They very well might be equipped with up and through to the end of the war. Those types of troops very well may be equipped with Springfield rifles. Whether they were World War I produced Springfield rifles or the Springfield rifles that they were producing basically through until the end of World War II, though much of those Springfield productions were going off to the Chinese. So, yeah, the bolt-action rifle does stay in use in the Americas, but it's mostly into the semi-auto M1 Garand. And of course, the Germans are looking at the SVT, thinking, yeah, this is okay, and have some oddball designs, especially their gas design setup, but eventually come around to the Car 43, takes them a bit long. That's sort of the natural progression. The submachine gun. The Germans use one at the start. The Soviets use one at the start. The Italians used one at the start of the war. The Japanese and the British do not. And you go point to, oh, but this Japanese, yes, I know. They bought some of the, it was called either MG or MP34, MP35, depending on what source and what model. They bought some from the Austrians, a few hundred. They worked on the Type 100 submachine gun, but they barely get any of them made. I mean, they're there, but they exist, but they're rare, extremely rare. Throughout the whole war, they're extremely rare. Japan does not produce many submachine guns through the war. Britain starts the war with 0 submachine guns. After the loss in France, I know I've talked about this before, after the loss in France, they start importing the Colt-produced Thompson submachine guns and scramble and get mostly the Sten guns. So they also have the Lanchester for the Navy in production, and they keep the Sten gun in production. Italy has the very nice Beretta submachine guns. The U.S., of course, has the Thompson, keeps it in production, I believe, and through to the end of the war, but they simplify production, and then during the war get the M3 Grease gun, which in some ways better, in some ways not. That's debatable amongst submachine gun people. I would see that most appropriately as a, if you research the tech, you can add it to infantry battalions and as sort of an additional supplemental thing as opposed to direct line. So, and I would have the big jump is from bolt action to semi-auto rifle as being the big jump, because outside of commando units, say by the British, most nations only issue few submachine guns out to troops. It's primarily either the machine gun or the rifle. The one sort of exception, and it's only in a limited number of units, is sort of the Soviet tank rider assault troops that carry the PPSHs. I'll look at the chat in a minute. So mostly the submachine gun is a supplemental to, and so it definitely has an impact on the battlefield, but it is really sort of supplemental, and the firepower difference between the M1 Garand and, I presume, though the problem with the German semi-auto rifle is they issue very few magazines with the gun. So the M1 Garand guy has all of his ammo coming in the M1 Garand end block clips. So he just feeds those in rapidly. Where the Germans, the ammo comes in nice little paper cartridges or paper boxes with the stripper clips, and he has to load up the magazines. And looking at the photos, they often just have 2 extra mags. So they got like 30 rounds, and then they got to sit there and reload them. So tactically, or at most, it goes to 5 mags. So that's 50 rounds, and they've got to reload those mags. So, yeah, for short term, they work well. And I really don't know how common the SVT is. I know Germans, where they can, sort of use captured ones, but I don't know whether the limiting factor is how many examples they get their hands on that are in good shape, or ammunition situation. I think it's more how many good examples they get their hands on. So I look at that as you know, if you just want to go, this is just, hey, if infantry rifle level 1, infantry rifle level 2, infantry rifle level 3, infantry rifle level 4, yeah, then it really doesn't matter, just a picture and a name, and it doesn't really matter. But if you look at it as sort of World War I rifle, World War II rifle, whatever that may mean, again, for the British, it's not a better weapon, it's a quicker weapon to manufacture. Now, where the Gewehr 98 and the Carabiner 98, you might want to argue it takes a little less wood, a little less metal. Nah, I'm not going to accept that as a significant easier to manufacture. It's the same difficulty in manufacture. It's a more handy weapon, so a slight improvement. I don't know the stats here. Okay, breakthrough, heart attack. Yeah, not much. Defense, soft attack. Yeah, okay. Here, 9, 11. Yeah, I don't know. But the real jump for me is the semi-auto. And okay, I remember talking with a Paradox developer who I don't believe. No, I'm sure he had never fired a Carabiner 98 and had never fired a M1 Garand. Okay. And he was trying to tell me there wasn't much of a difference between shooting those two weapons. Now, I have sat down on the same day at the same time loading the same ammunition, the exact same ammunition, into an FR8, which is a Spanish made in 308, not rechambered, made in 308, maybe a little lighter than a K98. If somebody ever wants to look up the stats, you can, but I don't think between an FR8 and a 98K there's going to have much different weight on it. But fired one of them, which is a 308 rifle, and fired an FN-FAL, which is also a 308 rifle. And the shooting difference of those is incredible. Massively different. Because of the and I don't even mean how fast you're shooting, as in how fast, like, you can pull the trigger. I mean on the literal wear and tear of the human body as you shoot the gun. You know, after about the 5 rounds of shooting the 308, which is less recoil than the 7.92 millimeter round coming out of the German gun. So it's less recoil, significantly less recoil, the 308 versus the 7.92 millimeter. Shooting that, yeah, after about 5 rounds, I was done shooting it. It was a friend's gun, so I mean, it wasn't my gun. Surplus gun. Yeah, I put in a stripper clip, fired 5 rounds. Yep, okay, here, have this back. Let me go shoot my and I had been shooting, and I then kept shooting my FN-FAL. Because, hey, It's nice. It's easy. It's easy on the recoil. I can shoot that all day. I don't get a bruised shoulder. I can keep shooting that and shooting that. No bruises. It's fun to shoot. Don't have any sort of padding on it. Just it's the standard. Actually, it was. What was I? I think I was shooting my Israeli foul at that day. I think it was my Israeli foul. It was either my Israeli foul or my L1A1. But I forget which foul I was shooting that day. I think it was my Israeli one, but it's a long time ago. But yeah, I can just go back, and either of those have, there's no padding on the butt plate or anything like that. The Israeli one is, a metal piece on the back of the butt plate. And yeah, I can go and shoot that all day long. And shoot and shoot and shoot hundreds, if not thousands. Literally, I don't think I've ever shot 1,000 rounds in a day, but I've definitely shot a few hundred rounds in a day out of my 308 rifle. So the difference in shooting a semi, and the reason I brought those up is because it was the slightly different weights of guns, yes, but not hugely different, but it was the same ammo. So you can't argue that, 308 versus 7.92. Yeah, no. Same ammo, because we were literally shooting out of the same, boxes of ammo out of the guns. The recoil absorption from a semi-automatic rifle is dramatically less for the human than a bolt-action rifle of same caliber or similar calibers. That alone, and with that, shooting that gun, and I'm not even talking about working the bolt. I'm talking about firing the gun and seeing where the bullet goes without that recoil, watching it, and then seeing whether you hit your target or not, whether you need to put a second shot into that target or not. I know the Drunken Barbarian has, and it probably has gone on something about some of this stuff. And I've not been in combat. I want to say this. I know that I have some real combat veterans watch the channel, but trust me, don't have as much full auto experience as a lot of military people, but I probably have more gun experience than most military people in a variety and different types of guns than most. Because obviously there's some super gun people that are military people. I don't want to say there isn't, but I've had more than most soldiers, more than 80% of soldiers that I've had, at least in the American experience, that have gone overseas and fought in war. I've had more various gun experience. And so just the idea of firing, just pulling that trigger and staying on target, ready for your next shot, is dramatic, with a dramatic improvement with a semi-auto rifle over a bolt-action rifle, without even worrying about working the action. Now, the British short action on the Enfield allows you much better to work that action while looking down the barrel at your target, where basically you have to get off of that with either the Springfield or the Mauser rifle. I do not have good enough knowledge right now to speak on the Mosin Nagant. And you could stay on target, I think, with my Arisakas. I have two different Arisakas, one in early war and one in mid-war. Now, I haven't shot my Arisakas. Ammunition's hard to come by, but I do have two of those. So, so that is a dramatic improvement. I don't think most of these, and so the developer, so how do you argue with a stone wall who thinks he knows shit about small arms? And I can tell from his arguments that he may have fired one of the guns, but he's not fired them both. Definitely not fired them both on the same day to know how much of an improvement an M1 Garand and I've not fired the Car 43, but I'm guessing it's similar to an M1 Garand from everything that I've read, is in dealing with its recoil, is just a dramatic improvement and makes ground soldiers hugely more effective over bolt action weapons. And so this gun is, generally speaking, would be given to less than 10% of the troops in most cases, submachine guns. And so mostly you're keeping your production going of this with a little bit of that. Now here, this is a Wunderwaffe, in my opinion. Now it's a common one as opposed to, the Horton flying wing aircraft. Forget what is it, HO 220 or whatever, that they did some test flights. Okay, that's another Wunderwaffe that's a rare thing. This is a common one, Wunderwaffe. This is another dramatic, and I've never shot one of these. Now I've shot AKs, which Kalashnikov. No, they're not the same gun. Yeah, of course they're not the same gun, but they function very similarly. They, from a user perspective. So yeah, I've shot at least semi-auto AKs. But they're another Wunderwaffe, which is another sort of leap forward. Does the M1 carbine come into this? Almost, but not quite. And I don't know. Okay, what have you all been arguing about against what I've been saying here? Yeah, you can just do the icons and whatever. Yes, and I do notice Uncharted that you do have the rifle submachine gun for light infantry, and that is nice. Or how submachine guns were used during World War II, and the Harrison suggested, but in the suggestion box, but one of the devs got super angry with me, and I don't lose my temper with strangers on the internet. Okay, good to hear, Drunken Barbarian. And I think, and from various things, I do think the Black Ice team have gone off the rails too much. I really, really miss Panzeroo keeping that team in check. Because there's a lot of people with a lot of good ideas, but they sort of go off the rails, in my opinion. On the other side of the spectrum, I saw a comment when B-Ice for went up for the first time that they shouldn't make this kind of complicated mod. Cancel culture, I guess. Yeah, well, I think complexity is not the problem. Heavy infantry is just machine guns and mortars. Okay, or don't talk shit about beautiful Enfield just because it was crap. Yeah, well, the Enfield, and that's sort of what, and I don't keep all the models of Enfield straight, but the last model was sort of a streamlining of it, where the one that they enter, the interwar era Enfields and the World War I Enfields, they're a kludge of a weapon that just slowly got modified, this little bit here, this little bit there, this little bit over here, over many, many years. And so but they shoot nice. We love our crap rifles. The SA you called Iraq was the civil servant because it was never worked. Well, I understand the early ones, especially the first Iraq war, was really bad SA-80s. It got a little better, I understand. I've never shot that. I've shot a FAMAS, the French bugle, is, I guess they call it in French service. So I've shot that bullpup. I've shot a Steyr AUG, both of those many, many, many years ago. But so I've shot some of those guns. Steyr AUG, of course, used by the Austrians, used by the Australians. I don't know if it's the A thing that they both decided to use the Steyr AUG, but yeah. The honest German infantry team was mostly centered. Yes, absolutely. They were centered around the machine gun. Because you mentioned that we'll be doing unique infantry weapons for 5.6 for other major nations. Cool. Yeah, and I'm not so much talking about unique infantry weapons. I'm talking about, if you will, whether you do level 1 bolt action, level 2 bolt action. And then I would have the sort of massive jump to semi-auto rifles. And then I would have another jump to assault rifles, these kind of things, which really only, we can argue about the Johnson rifle as a possible, but the cartridge doesn't get shorter, so it doesn't really make it, but we could argue that. I've sort of had that debate with somebody. And we can argue about the M1 carbine, which is, people talk about it being underpowered. Well, it's not underpowered and I would agree with some of the people that it's not underpowered because I grew up shooting an M1 carbine. My dad's owned one. I own one now, as well as he owns one M1 carbine. But it's, more powerful than, most like 38 specials and other things that are considered good man-stopping. It's just not quite with the ability to reach well enough as either the AK-47 or the, MP-43. weapons. So that's another whole leap on it, where this I look at as sort of supplemental, not in this direct line, is all I'm sort of arguing with that. Okay, done. Thanks. Oh, no problem, Uncharted. You're on and off stream. Okay. Do you want the game to be more realistic? Yes, and that's what this mod is sort of working on, and that's why I'm sort of critiquing it from a real shooting and fighting are different things. Put me in and you in a shooting range. Yeah, I won't disagree with that they're different. Ambush and call it ambush. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, Drunken Barbarian. I'm not claiming that there aren't a lot of various soldier tactics stuff. Now, I have had some gun training in a very practical sense, not so much squad training, but yeah. Normally for us, it was a squad commander, and mid to late war, they were putting in like a second MP40 per squad. Sort of late war, they were getting into two MP40s, I think. And it varied from unit to unit, whether we're talking about a Jaeger division versus a infantry, later called a grenadier division, versus a Panzer Grenadier division, infantry elements, or Panzer divisions, infantry elements. Those varied in squad layouts and organizations between them as the war goes on. Yeah, Drunken Barbarian. And a lot of like what I know is comparisons between a lot of different weapons, because I've shot hundreds of different guns. Now, a bunch of them are very similar to each other. Smith & Wesson revolver versus a Colt revolver or whatnot, just because worked in the gun industry and had opportunities to shoot. Oh, hey, yeah, here, Kimber shows up to the range, and they're bringing us out there to shoot. And they've got a bunch of Kimber pistols, 45, 1911 variances. So, yeah, short, compact Kimbers, big Kimbers. HK comes and shows up there with their USPs and their MP, their P7 M8s, and all these different HK pistols and whatnot. And so, I've shot at least in one day, I shot all the lineup of, say, I don't know, 1996 or some year like that. All of the HK variants currently for sale from HK in the U.S. Shot them all because they were all out on the table. Put at least 5 rounds, no, I say at least 10 rounds down the magazine of each of those guns at the time. So I've had opportunities to go and just shoot every single HK pistol currently for sale by HK in the United States, and shoot them all, and just company after company I've had those abilities. So plus I've been around various collector friends that shoot various surplus weapons and things like that. I stopped shooting because I don't have too much ammo left for it, but I have a nice Webley from World War II in .38 Smith & Wesson. So shot that a bunch. Got it sitting right over here. Nice heavy slow bullet. The Webley from World War II. So yeah, I've shot a bunch of guns like that. And any hope? No, IKB. Last I heard from anything official, but not from him, Panzeroo is done with trying to mod. I don't know what's going on in his life. He has not gone back to Hearts of Iron 3 modding, so I don't know. Should make infantry battalion text that would increase and add new equipment rather than replace, for example, 10%. Yeah, that's sort of how Black Ice works. And meaning if you research the submachine gun tech, then infantry battalions will require X number of submachine guns in addition to regular guns, so that it will add a certain amount of firepower to the unit by having that there. Yeah, I think New Order mod is using similar mechanics. at least, you need to produce, for example, anti-tank equipment and anti-tank guns. Okay, well, see, and I haven't argued, because for a while they have some of that, and some of that is also, and I started just using submachine guns as an example. Some of that comes with some of their support equipment, like Panzerfausts and bazookas and whatnot, that get added, or anti-tank rifles or whatever, added to a standard unit. So yeah, that gets done. I know we've gone into a lot of detail on guns, so because of that, let's progress a little bit. Well, I think they would have kicked me over my, because I am still on the forum there, but I don't really engage with them on the forum. I think the Black Ice people would have kicked me, even though I don't know Django, who's a friend actually, though it hasn't been around much recently, who's joined their development team, over some of my comments and disagreements over Black Ice, except just because I'm a bit of a YouTuber here, they don't quite want to go that far with me. Now, I was requested by the Total War team to not ever play their mod again because of my complaints about their mod. They really don't want, and I haven't played their mod since just because I don't want to, but their request for me not to play their mod is no reason for me not, that would keep me from playing their mod. But they don't want me playing their mod again. They've requested that because they don't like my criticisms of their mod. Now, what does this do? Is there okay, well, SCA. Yeah, is there a quick answer? What do these the 250s do in your mod here? Well, Panzeroo, even when it was the four main guys back in the old days, Panzeroo was still sort of the main arbiter of what got in and what didn't into the mod. And so that, you know, not so much that he was putting his foot down, but yeah, you know, he had up the ship of it. Hey, thanks for following. So, I don't know. Okay, I don't know if you know. Let's. I'm curious to find out. Okay. Mobile battalions. Okay. Mechanized. Scout car manpower mechanized. Is this just mechanized? Design similar to some level of it as. Yeah, I don't know how detailed you really want to get into. Yep, just a mech. Okay. Hello, Jang Bright. Thank you. Yeah, Why? Why have these here? Realizing that they weren't part of mechanized forces as far as I've ever read or heard or used. They're part of this force over here, reconnaissance. The 250 was reconnaissance. The 251 was main line. Now these were sort of infantry assigned to the reconnaissance battalion, yes. And so they had tank destroying models, mortar models, carries 6 guys in the back crammed in their infantry models, maybe 4 or 6 guys. I forget. Yeah, but they're more reconnaissance. That just seems silly. That seems silly to me to have these here. I don't get that. Just because it should just go down here this path here. Because these models were attached to the reconnaissance troops almost exclusively. So yeah, okay, well we're gonna skip that. Let's go and research that. Okay, secure. Okay. So now we'll be able to trade better with Sweden. Align Hungary, align Romania. January 1940. Okay, that's going to take 35 days. Okay, let's see. We want to do this in maybe the starting of March. So in about a month, we want to do this. So let's grab up that, I think, 'cause that's going to be short term enough. And we have the ability to add another person here to our high command. Let me regroup it, recovery rate. Yeah, let's do army logistics. Now, of course, Fritsch was gone by this time, if it's the same Fritsch that I know. The Bloomberg Fritsch affair, in which he was kicked out of the army. Japan, excellent idea. Yes. I guess we'll do that. Line Hungary, Triple Alliance. Okay. Okay, yeah. End of February, so we sort of have an April. Okay, well, we're still cranking through all of these synthetic refineries. Wood. We almost filled up all of our slots. Some places at least. So far, the World Ablaze team has taken my criticisms quite well. Not that they've agreed with me, but they've taken my criticisms quite well. And yes, I can be harsh, I guess. Yeah, we did do an airbase national focus that built some. What maybe we need to do a little bit more than air bases, and I really don't know about more air bases versus simply more fighters. Do we need the or more aircraft, not just fighters, but do we need the air bases either in coverage or size. So, yeah, I think we're good for the territory that we have. We just go after fighters here because we already got some guys going after bombers. Who can we invite to faction? Mania. Okay. We'll go with that. We'll take them coming on board. That'll be good. Integrate Romania. We don't. It's German Reich proposes econ. Building slots, Baden. Was a puppet of the German Reich. Yes, they're not in the same faction yet. Well, over here now. We're looking. Second Vienna Award. Why haven't we got one of the following? France does not exist. Okay. Don't know. France thingy, but okay. Yeah, I think we'll take the time to get that. Yeah, and like I said before, I'm not claiming that I'm right and you're wrong. It's just my views of the thing. And I'm sure in some details, I'm sure I know I'm wrong on something or other. And part of what we're doing, and I say we're because I mod as well, is trying to interpret reality into the game. And let's move division that way. And we're never going to get that 100% right, just as a basic statement. And so on any of these issues, it's just, is that bad? No, it's unexpected. That's part of, I'll readily admit that I wasn't expecting the idea of having this as a protectorate as opposed to just annexing. I'll admit that right up front here, but I still kind of think for most game terms, the big thing is because there was almost zero resistance movement going on. I mean, there was teeny little bit, and yes, there was enough sort of resistance cells for, I forget their names, the two Czechs that parachuted in that assassinated Reinhard Heydrich. There was enough of that going on. There was a little bit, but it was nothing like the Dutch, the Belgians, the French. Nothing like that. Nothing although they weren't active until sometime post D-Day landings, but there was a lot more Danish resistance. Again, they weren't like blowing anything up. They were being entirely peaceful, but they were getting British arms shipments into Denmark for when the Rising happened. There was a lot of stuff, but basically I don't quite know the negotiations between Britain and Denmark during the time period. Now, of course, realize that Denmark signs the sort of second anti-Comintern pact, and sort of kind of technically joins the war against the Soviet Union, but only against that. So, and that's sort of iffy. But so that there's a widespread network of resistance cells, but again, they're entirely inactive from a sabotage type aspect. They're just organizing until they do sort of the national uprising towards the end. But there isn't even that level of stuff going on in Czechoslovakia. It's at a very minor level. And so it's mainly, and the manpower or woman power or whatever is heavily used both in, we'll call it Czechoslovakia, as well as, shall we say, exported to Germany, but not as slave labor, but, as, paid labor. They're heavily used labor-wise in German industries, farming, all that stuff, heavily used. And I think basically just about as heavily used as Germans. So the one thing that, and this happens when German occupation comes here, you basically determine who you are. And if you can speak any German and you want to be German, you're German. So when you come in, if you want to be, and they're signing up, oh yeah, yep, Guten Morgen, Herr Official, or whatever the hell. My German is about that good. But if you come in and speak German to them and claim to be German, they'll just, oh yeah, you're one of the not Sudeten Germans, the ones that are living along the border, but you're one of the sort of leftover Germans from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Oh sure, you're German. Sign off on it. You're German. You get your German documentation, and you're treated as if you're German as much as anybody else. And if you're of the right age, you're drafted into the army. I would say for at least a city like Prague, that would be, at least just pulling it on my ass, but that would be somewhere between 5 and 10% of the population of Prague would probably have gotten German citizenship upon an invasion, and we're like, yay, we're back in power again, yay, kind of thing. And so if you have the right age, including for women, because women, not drafted into the army, but drafted into various, they could go into the army or the Air Force much more as, anti-aircraft gunners and that kind of stuff, but much more into the labor usage, whether it's farm labor or factory labor or whatever. That's going on. But so if you're the right age, you're that, then you're basically given German status, and you have to sort of prove to the Germans that you're actually a bad person to them for them to not have the status. Meaning they're just going to trust you. I mean, it's just like, oh, yeah, you're German, fine, whatever, boom, click, stamp. Here's your papers. You're German, fine. Now, if you get arrested for doing something bad, well, that's what I mean. You have to prove to them to get arrested to do that, to not be considered as German as either a Sudeten German or a German living over here. Yeah, you're just German. And so, and yeah, there's about 80 to 90% in these areas population German speaking. They get German status. And so they are drafted into the army, whatnot. And yes, this is 100% integrated here. I do see that, of course. And so you get that. But the Czechs are really heavily integrated into the German economic system. And it goes very easily because, if you were born before 1918, 1919, you were born as a sort of a Austrian citizen, as in Austro-Hungarian, sort of a Austro whatever citizen, that part of the Austrian half of the empire. You were born into that. So if you were, if you're 45 in 1945, okay, so at the end of the war, if you're 45 years old at the end of the war, you would be maybe a bit young, but maybe you were drafted into, and especially if you're 46 or 47, you were a male, you were probably drafted into the Austro-Hungarian army, in Czech units, because they were somewhat segregated. But so you were part of the German element as opposed to the Hungarian or Magyar element of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You were part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So you grew up with German speakers around you, to the point that if you wanted to take for someone of sophistication in Prague in the interwar years until just at the end of um, the 1930s, you spoke German. That was the elite language of Prague's elite, was German speaking. So if you went to the higher end cafes or whatever, they were speaking German to each other. The Czechs were speaking German to each other. These are people who thought of themselves as Czechs, were speaking to Germany with each other. So German was sort of the high level language in Czechoslovakia. It was sort of the language of the educated, if you will. And probably all people with sort of scientific engineering type degrees got them in a German speaking school, especially if they're somewhat older. And so you spoke a lot of German. So this all really integrates really well. Where come over to, this part of Poland, nobody speaks German. If they speak a non-Polish language, it's probably Russian, because Russia, this has been Russian Empire. Now over here, this is a different matter. But, so yeah, that's why this is still sort of to me, where, you're occupying into the Ukraine. Well, there are German settlements that are dotted all about that happened, I think, starting under Catherine the Great, or maybe even back to Peter the Great. I don't know. But there were definite small German settlements around the Volksdeutsch, as they become called under the Nazi regime. But most all the Ukrainians, other than these small isolated communities, and the small isolated communities, when they're talking to somebody outside of their community, they're speaking in either Russian or Ukrainian or what language it's not in German. So so basically out here, this is Germany as foreign occupation, not Germany as returning to their natural rulers, because, the big fight in 1778, I think it was, or somewhere around there. The big fight here this was Austrian controlled, and Prussia was trying to take it over. So, we're talking back in the 1770s. It's the Winter Queen, the brief time that Bohemia is briefly independent. And so it's just not, they were Czechs, but they were used to German overlordship. And let's get back to some of these bills. This is what burner accounts are for. Yeah, I have some burner accounts and things to KB. Won't sound as subjective, but the strongest resistance was Yugoslavia, Poland. I'm going to disagree on Poland. Until the Warsaw Uprising, yeah. The second one, yeah. Yugoslavia, definitely. That was very, very strong resistance, absolutely. But, if you really take in the French, the Army of the Interior uprising, you take in Greek resistance movements, you take in the Italian resistance to German occupation, you take in some of the Russian areas, that resistance versus the Germans. Poland was significant, but only really with the Warsaw Uprising, I would say. The 5 largest resistant movements were the Dutch, French, Polish, Soviet. Well, large versus just, numbers versus activity. Polish size can be comparable, particularly years. Polish Home Army was the largest resistant and occupy. The French resistance, I'm French, was just French being normal peeps. Actually, they were already fighting each other before the war. Yes, they were Spanish communists arriving in the country, just created more of a mess than it was already. Don't count de Gaulle as resistance. They were military and created, state exit. Hello, Anis Khalid, probably butchering that, but hello. Okay, Drunken Barbarian. Yeah, no, and, and part of the reason, not all of the reason, but there are several reasons why Poland is not someplace like Yugoslavia. One massive amounts of Poles evacuate the country, including one of their armored companies that turned their tanks over to Romania, because at that time Romania was a bit more allied with the Western Allies, and those tanks end up becoming like the Royal Tank Company or something, sort of Royal Tank bodyguards for the king. But turned their equipment over to Romania, and they all flee and form two Polish divisions, one in which is sort of trapped in this part of France at the fall of it and fights its way to Switzerland, and it gets interred for the rest of the war in Switzerland. The other one fights its way out and gets to the British. And then, of course, the other that's one. Two, Soviets come in, basically kill all the officers. They're half of the officer catch, and Germany actually turns over a bunch of officers to them. The Soviets just shoot them all, where the Germans just worked them to death. The Soviets just take them out to the Katyn forest and just shoot them all. But there are huge numbers of Poles soldiers, as well as just the Soviets are worried about, and they're worried about it in the Baltic states. They're worried about it in Ukraine and other places, but particularly the Baltic states and Poland. They're worried about the reliability of the populace. So they massively collect up military-age males and ship them out somewhere out here to the Gulag system. So they depopulate their occupied section of Poland of a large percentage. I'm not saying a majority. I don't quite know the percentage, but a large percentage, a big percentage of the military age males. They send them there, and then most of them, not all of them, but most of them, because there are collaborationists with the Soviets. These are the communists that don't believe in the idea of a nation state of Poland. Maybe they believe in an ethnicity of Poland, but they don't believe in a state of Poland because they're communist internationalists. Some of them do join the Soviet Union, but the Poles, of course, march through Iran, march in, down here and get equipped to it's sort of a core size Polish unit. Recently found an interesting article or interesting photos and whatnot about a bunch of Polish girls, teen girls, that were part of the exodus that marched out, but they try to separate out all the families and whatnot. They get sent down to Rhodesia, and they're in a girls' school that's set up for them in Rhodesia down during the war. And there's a little controversy about forcing them to go back to Poland after the war, whether they should stay in Rhodesia. Some of the Rhodesians sort of want them to, but the Polish, whatever groups, sort of object to that, because the Rhodesians, of course, want more European settlement in Rhodesia, where the Poles don't want to see that happening. Not so much the girls themselves, but just the Polish exile movement or whatever doesn't really want to see that happen. And so the Soviets depopulate military. So that's, what is that, 2? Those are sort of the 2 big reasons. 3, a little bit of it is, and I've read Hitler's Empire, which deals with Polish occupation. There's just a large acquiescence to German occupation. Some of it is because they're former German, territories. The farmers grew up thinking, at least initially thinking that, oh, okay, instead of Poles in charge, Germans in charge, I'm just the farmer. I own my farm. I just farm here. It doesn't really matter. When the Germans were in charge, things ran well. Maybe they ran as well under Poland. They might feel more nationalism. But hey, it's just there. But even if you look at this stuff, even the way they were treating just the Poles, the Poles were quite happy. Most of them were quite happy with trying to get rid of the Jews. But so there was a fair amount of collaborationists with the Germans going on. And so it's, the home army eventually with the rising in Warsaw. But there really wasn't a lot of that largely because I would say moving the people out either by the Soviets or the Poles fleeing mostly through Romania, but lesser extent through Hungary and coming through Yugoslavia and helping them get out. and around to France initially. I will disagree. Poland had a whole underground movement education. Unfortunately, it is very little known. Yeah, that very well could be the whole. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't a movement, but at least from the stuff that I've read, there's not a lot of, like you're talking, sabotage. There wasn't a lot of sabotage. And partially my evidence for that is the lack of my reading or seeing deployment of security forces to protect the trains by the Germans. If we're looking into, this area, whether, Belarus here or Ukraine, we're seeing a lot more needs to, have armored trains to fight off partisans, a lot more of, rear area security here. Maybe some areas that were former Soviet occupied, yes. But I'm mainly thinking of, central Poland, the general government and the areas that were reintegrated directly back into the Reich. These areas, there is very little need to have significant security protecting railways. So if the Germans don't feel the need to do it, there must not be a lot of action. I just take that as sort of, my evidence. Hello, Death Corpse. How you doing? Well, Poles were very, very anti-Semitic, and there was a lot of that going on. And I've read some books about it, about the Poles. And it's the pogroms run by Polish. Yeah, there's a list of that, Drunken Barbarian. And so I don't know whether it's your education system just doesn't cover it, but there was a lot. And there's some horrific footage. Now, this isn't Poland, but I think it was in Riga, of just the locals coming out and I don't know how much I want to get demonetized here, but just I guess a good description would be murder party. That they're like beating people, women, children, just beating Jews to death, filmed by local, not by the Nazis, but by local Latvians and Estonians and Lithuanians, but I think it was Riga where the film was. My understanding, there was similar things going on in Poland too. That's my understanding. Nice little murder parties, and you see the people just running, the Jews just running while people are beating on them and they're bleeding and they're being hacked apart. It's horrific stuff. I'm doing well. The book Einsatztruppen, which I read, spoke about the pogroms in Poland and the Baltic nations. Yeah, it was horrific. And it's about my understanding, and I'm sure it can vary, but my understanding, the Baltic states and Poland, it was all about the same. And it was horrific. It was horrific. It was... And in some ways, it horrified the Germans. Not because... And I'm not talking like the standard German at home. I'm talking about the German enforcement element, because it was so disorganized. It was just sort of murder parties going around butchering people, where the Germans wanted to do it methodically when they were ready to do it. It was sort of just that it was, I forget some of the details. I recently read Hitler's Empire, and it deals a lot with Germany and Poland. How during World War I, the Germans were actually sort of setting up a puppet state for, to be sort of an independent Poland. Well, independent might be over, but a self-governing Polish state overseen by the German Empire that they were setting up during World War I. That all goes away, of course, once Germany loses, but goes from that, switching over to the various Nazi and post-war elements, conflicts, dealing with this stuff. And I forget, there were in the general government area, there were two basic areas that had two Gauleiters would be the wrong term, but had two heads of them. One of them, and I forget which one, doesn't initially go after. I mean, yes, they got to wear Stars of David and all that stuff and are segregated, but realize that the Jews in Poland are sort of the technical class. We often in the West hear and think of the Jews as sort of like the money lenders or the bankers or whatever you want to call them, is that way. But in Poland, according to this book, and the book may be all wrong, but according to the book, a lot of the technical class that was like, something below maybe an actual watchmaker, but more than a simple blacksmith. That sort of technical, but plumbers or other sorts of people that technically kept things running. I'm not talking bureaucrats. I'm talking sort of technical tradesmen were sort of the Poles, were the Jews in Poland. And in his area, he kept those people working. And then in the other area, and I forget whether it was Hans Frank area or the other guy, and I'm lousy on the names right now. The other area, they basically get rid of those people. And I think is sort of in the main area because of the Warsaw Ghetto area. And that part of Poland, or that part of the general government, because I'm trying to be very specific, not the Reich occupied or Reich annexed parts, but the general government element. That part really starts to fall apart. It just doesn't run well because you've removed the technical class that were the Jews. Where the other part continues to run fairly well until they're sort of forced to put all the Jews into camps that the SS is enforcing it. Now, the other Nazi wasn't a good Nazi. Oh, he wasn't a good guy. He was just a pragmatist realizing, oh, you want something done, the Jews do it. Okay, yeah, leave them there. We to work well. And it was very much a Jewish-based thing. And that supposedly was upsetting to the Poles generally, that sort of technical class. And it was sort of a tradesman idea in which, of course, they were keeping it within the family or within the Jewish community. So lesser educated Poles or whatever were resentful of the status of the Jews in that. But so it was sort of a practical thing. And if I'm all wrong, it's because I read the wrong books. But that's my understanding. Country that didn't collaborate with Germans and had forces to help. Okay. There are 5 cases on the page, and Poland was the only one that didn't collaborate with the Germans and force. Okay. The reason the Poles did not collaborate with the Germans was the Germans refused Polish collaboration. They did not. Germany. This is degrading into a lecture here. Germany wanted to erase Poland from the map. They were allowed 0 collaborationist elements. That's why they call it the general government, not the general government of Poland, just the general government. Now I'm translating that slightly into English, but it's basically general government. They did not allow it. Now, if the Germans could define you as anything else, and again, like when the Germans come into Czechoslovakia, when they come into Poland, and there is still there was at the start, at the end of World War I, even though this was part of the Russian Empire, there was a German minority living in Warsaw. I think they figure about 80% of that German minority by the time World War II starts has fled Poland. So these are people, I don't know whether they showed up 10 minutes before World War I, but they're definitely there before World War I because obviously they would not have, the Russians would not have let them in. But these were residents prior to World War I. as well as other parts of Poland that were there. But there was a German ethnic minority living in Warsaw. And so when Germany shows up there, and it's just a small fraction of what it was before, showed up anybody that spoke some German, even if it was just broken German and claimed to be German, they were categorized as Germans. And then, of course, they were liable to being drafted and anything else. So sometimes that backfired on them. But they got status of that. And this book goes into a lot of the stuff. So, but if you're any other ethnicity than Poland, so if you were sort of Ukrainian, or if you decided to categorize yourself as Lithuanian or Russian, if you categorize yourself as a Russian and joined a Russian volunteer unit, because there were Russian volunteer units in the German army, or fighting for the Germans, or whatever you want to call it, they collaborated. It was the Germans who refused to allow Poles to collaborate. It was not Poles refusing to collaborate with Germany. I'm not saying most Poles wanted to. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying it's just Germans refused it. And that was from top down from Hitler. Poland was to be erased from the map. There was going to be nothing Poland left. That was going to be gone. I'm not saying it denied Polish compliant. Poland has largest numbers of justice among. Yes, and they do. And this is why most of the time I've been saying many. Underestimate the feelings of Poland to Germany. Yeah. We tried that for Urals in Tatra Mountains region, but it didn't work. Okay, don't know quite that reference. Too strong anti-German feelings, especially that the Germans starting committed mass murders on Polish people since the start of the war. It was Poland just saying, well, I'm not saying that there, and I don't think there would have been large numbers of Poles joining up with Germany, but I know it was a German policy not to recruit in any way, shape, or form Polish forces. It was just no. Okay, guys, I think, and thank you, very noisy car this time. I think we're going to have to end this here. I know we haven't gotten very far into the game. I did want to start the war off this morning, but talking too much. So I've greatly enjoyed it. I hope Lorg and Drunken Barbarian and everyone else has enjoyed the talk and hanging out. Those watching on YouTube, sorry if we didn't get more of the game done, but I hope it was interesting for you as well. I will be playing War Thunder tomorrow. If you guys want to join me, whether just to watch or play with me, we'll be doing that tomorrow. I don't know if I don't think I have any. I know I don't have anything specifically scheduled midweek, and of course we'll be back next week to continue this. So thanks, IKB, Tinnis, Lord, Drunken Barbarian, everybody. So see you guys soon. And very cool. Nope, that didn't take the click. Okay. Click yes. Follow the channel, subscribe. You can scroll down to get a link to the YouTube channel.